Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE 20110512. Case address 1601 Southwest 5th Place. Owner Vincent and Emily Baumert. This property was cited on 12/8/2020 to comply by 12/18/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day. $10,600 has accrued, and the city is requesting full amount be imposed.
Good morning, Mr. Barnard. Could you please raise your right hand?
Judge, I'm the attorney, okay, but I have.
I know. Can you please raise your right hand?
My pleasure. Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 20110512, address 1601 Southwest 5 Place. On August 8th, 2020, this property was found advertising with an expired certificate and operating without from the City of Fort Lauderdale. On August 8th, 2020, the property was cited in a citation issued for violation 15-281.A. On December 31st, 2020, an application was received to the city for the vacation rental. An email was emailed to the property owner on January 4th, 2021 to schedule an inspection. An inspection was conducted on January 27, 2021 for the vacation rental and passed. At this present time, the city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
Okay, Mr. Barnard?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Charles Bernard on behalf of Vincent Baumert and Emily Baumert, his wife. Judge, from what I understand of the facts, Mr. and Mrs. Baumert received a citation in December. On the citation that Mr. Baumert received, he was given 10 days to register. He started the process promptly. He finished with the registration in January of 2021. It took approximately a good month and a half to complete the process. Mr. Baumert and Emily worked a full-time, well, Mr. Baumert works a full-time job. He uses Airbnb as a way to supplement his income, and also to work a second job. He apologizes, Judge, for not knowing all the rules. He believes he's now in compliance. He understands that the rules are in place to ensure safety. There is a significant demand for Airbnb in South Florida, and with the current pandemic, even local Floridians use Airbnb quite regularly to find a place to stay temporarily. To the best of Mr. Baumert's knowledge, Airbnb has paid all local taxes. He's a super host and requires a high level of hospitality. Mr. Baumert and Mrs. Baumert would deeply appreciate it if you would consider granting his request to remove the penalties or waive them, totaling approximately $7,800. This is a first-time offense, and he knows that ignorance of the law is no excuse, but he would request as much indulgence as you can give him in this regard. And he'll do whatever it takes to never let this happen again.
Okay, City Attorney, want to weigh in on this one? Rhonda, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Weird. Thank you. My apologies, Your Honor. Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. I could not hear most of what counsel said.
Okay. All right. Mr. Barnard, do you want to repeat the highlights for City Attorney and speak a little louder? I was having trouble with you as well.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on one second here. Just get closer to the microphone. Okay. All right. So Mr. Baumert received the citation in December. On the citation he received, he was supposed to be given 10 days to register. He's with us now, Judge.
Correct.
He started the process promptly. He finished the registration in January of 2021. And Your Honor, it took a good month and a half to complete the process. Mr. Balmer works as a full-time job and uses Airbnb as a way to supplement his income. He also works a second job. He apologizes for not knowing all the rules. He's now in compliance. I understand the rules are placed to ensure safety. There's a significant demand for Airbnb in South Florida. With the current pandemic, even local Floridians are using Airbnb quite regularly to find a place to stay temporarily. To the best of Mr. Bauman's knowledge, Airbnb has paid all local taxes. They're now a superhost, which requires a high level of hospitality. Mr. Bauman would deeply appreciate it if you would consider granting his request to remove the penalties or waive them, totaling approximately $7,800. As far as I know, Judge, he has no prior history of any violations of this sort, and he would deeply appreciate any consideration you could give him in that regard.
Okay, City Attorney, get that?
Not really, Your Honor, but I would just say, I heard the first part, which was basically just reciting the case history, which is what the inspector already went through. I would just say, Your Honor, that this was an expired certificate for the vacation rental. So in terms of not understanding, if the owner didn't understand what the process was, he already had, or they already had one certificate and they let it lapse. So obviously we would rely on Your Honor's discretion. The code officer has indicated that the department wants the full imposition of the citation.
Okay.
May I respond briefly?
Yes, just 1 second.
Okay.
1120 of the code D seems to indicate that if I find a finding of fact, which I'm going to here because it was expired, that I have to impose civil penalties as set forth in 11-25. With that, and I'm asking for the city attorney's guidance. I think that would be the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15. Do you see that I have discretion in reducing the fine?
Well, Your Honor, obviously you've identified the appropriate code section. I would just say that magistrates in the past have, on occasion, adjusted the fine for the citations, but you are correct in identifying and reading what the section actually says.
Rhonda, if I can just chime in, I know specifically with lien reduction program, the magistrate cannot reduce the civil penalties or hard costs. I believe that the only time the magistrate can actually reduce them is in this type of hearing, the Massey hearing. But for a lien reduction program specifically, the ordinance does not allow the magistrate to reduce them. And it's Portia Williams, co-compliance manager for the city, for the record.
Okay, Portia, did you say that I'm not permitted on hard costs, but am permitted discretion on the fine? I didn't hear part of that.
I believe for the Massey hearing specifically, you can reduce hard costs and civil penalties in this type of hearing. But if it were a lien reduction, the lien reduction ordinance does not allow you to reduce civil penalties or hard costs. So in this setting, I do believe that you can reduce.
Okay, but this particular case, they've requested an administrative hearing, so they're not on the Massey docket.
I do believe that you can still reduce at this type of hearing. If we were at a lien reduction, like if you decided to impose the fines or the penalty, if it were taken to a lien reduction, then I do not believe you have the authority to reduce.
Okay, all right.
May I respond, Judge, very briefly?
Yes, Mr. Barnard.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure you were aware of what my limitations are.
And I appreciate that, Judge. Mr. Balmer and his wife purchased the unit in September of 2020. And at the time of the alleged violation, Judge, he was not the owner. That's the previous owner.
The expiration was the previous owner.
The expiration was the previous owner. So
This is the first time.
this is the first time for him.
Okay. When did he take possession of the property?
When did he take possession?
In September, I believe.
September of 2020.
Yeah, it might have been the end of July. Yeah.
Okay, so then how were you not in possession of the property when you were cited for the violation?
No, the expiration was for the previous owner.
I
I
apologize.
I never held a Airbnb certificate. For
First,
myself.
we would need him to be sworn in and then identify himself because we are unsure who is speaking now.
Okay,
I'm sorry, what is your name, sir?
My name is Vincent Baumert.
speak
Do you
loud.
swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, my understanding of what you just said is that you took possession of the property in July or September, and this was cited for violation in December. I don't understand then how you were not in possession or you didn't own the property when it was cited.
I understand what he's saying. The certificate that expired previously was not issued to this property owner. The vacation rental certificate that expired was under the previous property owner.
Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Under these circumstances, I do find that the violation exists, but I'm going to reduce the fine to $1,800.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate your consideration and indulgence.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a nice day, folks. May we have permission to leave, Your Honor?
Yes, you may leave.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case, hearing to impose fines on page 29. I'm sorry, this is a continuance. On page 29 for Inspector Paulette Del Grosso. On page 29, case number CE 20050328, case address 100 North Federal Highway, owner Waverly 1 and 2 LLC. The property was cited on 12/7/2020 to comply by 12/7/2020, suspended 1/12/21 to 2/9/2021. One section not complied at $150 per day, $5,250 accrued. Additionally, on page 29 is case number CE 20090537, case address 110 North Federal Highway, owner Waverly 1 and 2 LLC, property cited 12/7/2020 to comply by 12/7/2020, suspended 1/12/2021 to 2/9/2021. One section not complied at $150, $5,250 accrued, and this is a continuance.
City Inspector?
Good morning, Your Honor,
Oh, wait a second.
as well as all.
Hold on. We're waiting on the respondent.
That's why I thought.
Okay, I think there's someone else just joined us.
Mute. Okay. I'm unmuted now, I think. This is Sandy Friedman. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Friedman. Is Elliot on here as well?
Yes, I am.
Could you please both raise your right hand?
We have two more people if you want to, that are also going to be testifying.
What are their names?
William Arthur and Alan Eggert.
Okay, could you all please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Paulette.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor, as well as all interested parties. As you recall, on January 12th, we had a lengthy hearing to address fines stemming from 2 citations written on December 7th, citing Section 9-306, exterior in disrepair, for the facade of the Waverly Building. On the day of the hearing, Your Honor suspended the fines and continued the matter until today. To date, the repair permit was issued on January 14th, 2 days after the last hearing. However, a pre-hearing inspection revealed the Waverly facade remains the same and the exterior is still in disrepair. Therefore, I would like clarification on the time frame to complete those repairs.
May I proceed on behalf of the Waverly, Your Honor?
Just 1 second, please. Jason, can you please raise your right hand? Jason?
Jason, please press *6 to unmute, *6 to unmute.
I'm not going to speak. You're fine.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Paulette.
All right, Mr. Friedman,
Yes, hi, good morning, Paulette.
can you
And
give
good,
the inspector a status, please?
yes, we sent pictures in so that they could be reviewed by, in these proceedings by Your Honor and Paulette as well. One could see it by visiting, but we brought the pictures to you, Your Honor. And so I would like to just go back a moment. I think that the discussion last time was not whether there should be a fine. I mean, actually, whether there in fact should be any fine. And I think that what I'd like to do is have William Arthur, who's the architect, explain the scope of the project, and also I have Alan Eggert here, who is the contractor who's doing the work, to explain some of those details as well. May I have William basically give a narrative? He's really a capable person to do that. May I?
Your Honor, this is Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Your Honor, if you recall, last time we had protracted, lengthy discussion from the property owner with regard to all sorts of issues, some of which may or may not have been accurate. At this juncture, as the inspector correctly summarized for Your Honor, it was continued to ascertain the updating because there were allegations made that, that there was, issues with the permits, issues with the building official not calling the architect back despite him leaving 22 messages, which is incorrect. So, at this juncture, it's not to go back and do a history of the property. It is for the property owner to update the special magistrate on when the walls, awnings, and building parts that are in disrepair are going to be fixed.
Okay, respectfully, Your Honor.
Can I speak as the contractor on the job?
Yeah, Alan, just a second though. I'd like to first, the question that we left with last time was what has happened since our last hearing. And so in that regard, I was going to start with William Arthur, and let him explain how we got where we are, at least in his professional opinion. William, could you?
Mr. Friedman,
Yeah.
let me just set the stage for the procedural, where we're at procedurally. And City Attorney, if you want to weigh in, but as I understand it, this property was cited and they had 15 days to request an administrative hearing, and that was not requested. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the code, let me say my piece here. The code specifically says that if a notice is not a request for administrative hearing is not timely sought, then the special magistrate shall order a fine to be imposed as specified in the citation violation notice. So that shall language tells me that I don't have very much discretion here. And so I want to set the stage before we go into additional testimony as to what my discretion here is. The code specifically says I don't have any if a timely request for hearing was not requested. Is that, I'd like the city attorney to weigh in on that, and then I'll let the property owner.
Yes, ma'am. That is the code provision. That is also, that code provision is also found explicitly on the body of a citation to fully apprise a property owner of his, her, or its rights, and also contains the language that if these citations are not appealed within the time frame provided in the code as listed on the citation, you are absolutely correct, Your Honor. There is no discretion. There is, as a matter of law, a finding that the violation is valid. And now we're just really at an issue of when it's going to, when compliance is going to be achieved.
Okay, all right. So now I need you to address yourself to the city's question of when you can obtain compliance.
We're in the process. I'd like to, if I might, address for the record, because the subject matter here as to what occurred and as far as the magnitude of this job, it wasn't like you'd get a permit or like the last gentleman dealing with the certification who also had a shall provision and the fine was quite a lot less. But the bottom line is that
an administrative hearing timely. That's the difference.
Yeah, but this notice was sent to a deceased person and his home and to his wife, and the significance of it. I thought we had talked about this last time, and the issue of whether or not it was duly served, and we thought that there was a basis there for saying, okay, well, what happened? What's the basis for the fine? You still have to make a prima facie case for a fine, and all we're looking to do now is, first of all, to communicate to those people that are involved, like Ms. Del Grosso, as to what happened and where we really are with this. This is a very, very large job, and the magnitude of the job has made it difficult or impossible for us to start the work because we didn't get permits, and we tried and I wanted to have William address that again, even if it's just for the record, as to what occurred and what's occurred since the hearing. Since the hearing, if you allow William Arthur to testify, since the hearing, what his experience has been and what this job is about. This is not like a Massey where you're dealing with someone adding an addition to their house. This was tearing down defective construction and then having to rebuild it and having to make plans that related to spot inspections. And we had this conversation, I did personally, with Paulette Del Grosso at the site on the third floor in the garage, along with 10 other people, lawyers and other individuals. Maybe it was 8 people. But the point of the matter is, I didn't think that we did not have a rapport with the city, given all that we had been doing and are doing. As I say, if you would allow the testimony of William Arthur, and you'll know what we've been doing in compliance, which is apparently the question today. But the point is that you can't hear, unless you hear from them, you won't know an answer, even to the what happened since the hearing. We're trying to address what happened since the last hearing.
Okay.
Okay, can William Arthur testify?
Mr. Friedman, let me speak a moment, okay?
Sure.
I continued this last time because there seemed to be some confusion on what was necessary to comply this via the permitting process, okay? So that is why it was continued last time, and I stayed, the fines as part of that continuance. Now today, I'm telling you what discretion I have and don't have. However, the city inspector has requested an update on where we stand, and I will allow you to make a record of where this is stand and what it's going to take to comply this property.
Okay, so may William Arthur proceed, please? The architect, the gentleman who did the plans and who had worked with the city and had to deal with issues about the permit and so forth. William, Mr. Arthur, would you please tell the special magistrate and everyone else what your experience was?
Sure. Good morning.
Special magistrate, if I could, again, and apologies for interrupting, we're asking for an update. If the permit has been issued, I think we should hear from the general contractor. I don't think it's relevant to
Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan.
No.
I've tried to speak at this hearing and also the previous hearing.
Mr. Arthur, you spoke at the previous hearing and you're a liar because you indicated that you left dozens of messages for the building official who I contacted immediately after the hearing, and he said he's never heard from you. So I'm sorry, but
so that's the fourth time that you've interrupted me, ma'am, between the last two hearings. You don't
get to make the call. You don't get to make the call, sir.
Okay, I simply want to know from the building, you got to understand that without requesting an administrative hearing, I'm not here to make a finding of fact. You've waived that right. What I'm trying to do is to get an idea, since the permit was issued on the 14th, what's it going to take going forward to get this property complied?
If I have the liberty of speaking without being interrupted again by Ms. Hassan, I can tell you.
Okay. Rhonda, Ms. Hassan, are you finished with what you were saying? And then we'll.
Your Honor, I don't know the relevance of an architect's testimony at this juncture. The general contractor is on the line. A permit has been issued, and the general contractor has indicated that he can give an update as to the construction that is going to need to occur to fix the violation.
The relevance is that if there was a previous hearing where the testimony was that we were able, in fact, as a matter of law, to proceed, which is what I believe you were involved in testifying to, you swore under oath that there was, in fact, a prima facie case against us, and you knew that we were working to get a permit. So please, like when I spoke to you on the phone and you said, and you made reference to the idea, I said, well, should there be no fine? And you know what your answer was? Remember what your answer was? Well, I work for the city, you know, not let's talk about the truth of the matter. Anyway.
Mr. Friedman, I didn't say any such thing.
No, okay. I don't, my goal is to get the truth out.
Can I just say, I haven't said much at all, but Your Honor,
speaks, okay?
Can we just let my architect and contractor update you where we are? I do believe they can both confirm the difficulty in obtaining the permit, and let them update you where we are, please. Arthur, William.
I want to know where we are. I don't care who testifies to it. I want to know where we are and how long the property is going to take to be brought into compliance. That's the information I'm asking for at this moment.
Okay, so may we start with the architect, please? And let him tell us what his thoughts on that, his professional thoughts on that.
Yes, if he's going to limit himself to my question, whoever you want to testify to that is fine with me.
Okay, well, that's what we intend to do. Go ahead.
William, do you want to take it or do you want me to take it since I have the information?
Yeah, it's real easy. So despite the number of emails or communications, since that's under dispute by Ms. Hassan, the bottom line is that the permits have been issued. Ms. Del Grosso was very helpful in assisting in getting that permit issued the day after last month's hearing. Since that time, we've immediately mobilized, we've immediately ordered materials, and we've immediately entered an agreement with the contractor, Ace Construction. Ace Construction, and contrary to what the city's inspection revealed, is underway with construction. I believe photos have been submitted, and compliance is achievable within about 3 months. I think the difficulty of this project is people like myself and Alan have been unable to speak. And I don't think that Madam Attorney appreciates the size of the project and the requirements for the project. This is not something that the owner can achieve overnight. It requires permits, it requires ordering materials, It requires a lot of things. It's a major undertaking.
William,
And
would
my
you show
experience
them
is the
in
owner has
picture?
done everything above and beyond I've seen any owner do in complying.
Yeah, I think that William, if you'd show them the magnitude of the scope, or if you want to do it, Alan, show them how expansive this job is.
Sandy, I just want to answer their question. And the answer to the question is that we're mobilized. We've started demolition. We have materials being delivered. The last virtual meeting we had, the compliance was tagged back to demolition, not reconstruction. That was very clear by Ms. Hassan that the demolition needed to be completed to be in compliance. We have both permits. We have the demo permit and the reconstruction permit. My belief, to answer your question, to get in compliance and having the site completely demoed, ready for reconstruction, so nothing further is falling off the building, I would say to you is 3 weeks. We are on site, we are fully mobilized, we are working, and so far without any issues.
Okay, now can you answer one more question for
Yes.
me?
Yes,
When
ma'am.
was the demo completed?
Sorry, say that again. I missed that last part.
When was the demo completed?
It is not completed. It'll be completed in about 3 weeks.
Okay.
Alan, would you please show from the picture the magnitude of this job so it can be appreciated? And is there anything that you could have done or would have done differently, given the fact that you did not have a permit until 2 days after the hearing? Is there anything that you could have done in order to conform to any code or law of real dealing with maintaining?
Nothing we could do until we had a permit, and then it took this long to mobilize to get what we needed to have to do the job.
Okay. City Attorney, my understanding last time was that this permit was issued in 2 parts. One demo permit and one for the restoration. And my recollection is somebody told me last time that they could be in compliance when the demo is completed. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The general contractor is absolutely correct that once the demolition is complete, that solves the citation, the substance of the citation, which was the deteriorated elements of the structure. That makes it safe. They do not need, for purposes of the citation, to undertake and complete the full repairs. The general contractor knows exactly what he needs to do to comply with the citation.
Alan?
So compliance can be achieved, if I'm to believe the testimony, within the next 3 weeks.
That's correct. From everything we've done so far, we believe 3 weeks, and that's possibly stretching it a little bit to give myself a little bit of coverage.
Mr. General Contractor, would you have started this job with just one permit? And if so or not, would you please explain?
It's not fair as a GC to start a demo project without knowing what's going back. So we could not start without the secondary permit.
That means that a prudent contractor, a reasonable contractor, would not have started in the absence of both permits. And is that correct?
That's correct.
There is one more point in this regard I would like to mention.
Please.
Madam Attorney had said that compliance could be achieved once the demolition is complete. That might be true for closing the case, but she should be aware that once the demolition is performed, the building would be in violation of the state building code. You need the second permit to finish the repair work to bring the building into substantial compliance with the state building code. So that's why I had given a larger time period, maybe 3 weeks for demo, but you need more time after that to complete the repairs that are required by code.
William, I agree with you, but I was just speaking to what's on the record, and the records, they're stating that to be in compliance, we have to be demoed. So I was trying to just keep it simple and not mix the apples and oranges.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just saying that there's going to be construction going on after that that time period just to finish up the
Yeah,
repair.
I think
Just
we're
to
all.
make everyone aware.
I think everyone understands that once the property's demoed, it will take some time in order for it to be restored.
Can I-
Now that you have that permit, you can do that with all deliberate speed, hopefully. Okay.
Your Honor, I think the intention of the contractor is to demo a section and then to.
Sandy, we're going to follow the city attorney's lead and demo the project so that we can get you into compliance. Let's not mix anything up.
Then we could wrap this up and get out of here.
All right.
Can I just say one thing, Special Magistrate? The hearing started with a bunch of pictures of the property back in September, and I know that we submitted pictures to show the state of the demolition. Do you have those? I just want to be clear, because I understand when the code inspector, when Paulette was out there, she said that nothing had taken place, but we have pictures more recent that we shared with you. Do you have those? And I just want to make sure you're clear that we've started on the demolition.
Okay, let me say again, okay, in light of the fact that you did not file for administrative hearing, although I've been patient and listening to both sides, the reality of the situation is I do not have the discretion to do anything but impose the fines. And so that is clear in the code. And so hopefully today I'm going to impose the fines. You'll be done in 3 weeks, and lesson learned, because that's the only discretion the code gives me when you don't ask for an administrative hearing timely. If you had asked for administrative hearing timely, I could make a finding of facts, etc.
But didn't there have to be a showing of a prima facie case in the administrative hearing?
The administrative hearing is for the imposition of fines in this matter because you did not request the administrative hearing. City Attorney, do you disagree with that?
You're correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And that's what the code gives me. I can't exceed my authority except to follow the code. So I have to impose the fines, and I wish you good luck going forward in bringing the property into compliance.
I'm not clear about two things, Special Magistrate. One is, for what period of time are the fines still running now until completion of the work on a daily basis?
They are.
So it's 150 times 2 for the remaining 3 weeks if it takes us 3 weeks to do this. Is that correct?
That's what the code provides.
Why? So, okay, I understand what you're saying, but what I don't understand is why did you defer imposing them at the last hearing, and what's the purpose of this hearing if you didn't have the discretion?
What I did at the last hearing, and this is the last thing I'm going to say on the matter, and then I have to move on to other hearings. What I did at the last hearing was to give a continuance because there seemed to be some confusion over the permit and what it was going to take to comply this violation. So I continued it, giving you 28 days, and I stayed the fines during that period of time. I didn't have to do that. I mean, I was well into the code to just impose the fines and move on. But because there seemed to be some confusion, I continued it. And I think I was well within my right to continue it, but I'm not within my right not to impose the fine. So,
But Your Honor, could you limit the fine and not go into, excuse me?
The hearing is over. I'm not arguing. I told you what my ruling is. I told you what the basis for it is. Okay, end of hearing.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 5 for Inspector Lois Tarosky. Case number CE 20110486. Case address 1444 Windsor Court. Owner Threefold Windsor LLC. Property posted 1/26/2021. Posted at City Hall 1/26/2021.
Is that page 3?
It's at page 5.
What?
Page 5.
5? I have, okay.
1444. Who's
Good morning. Oh, sorry.
Hello. Good morning. Good. Hello.
Just a minute, please.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
Good morning, ma'am. If you could please state your name for the record.
Natalie Arechea.
Could you please spell it out for me?
It's Cibele, last name Arrechea. And I attached a power of attorney yesterday for this hearing for Threefold Windsor LLC.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Inspector Lois Strowski for the city. This is case number CE 20110486, address 1444 Windsor Court. This property was first inspected on November 16, 2020, and the following violations were discovered. 18-1, which is now complied. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. 47-19, period 4, period D, period 8, there is a dumpster enclosure that is not maintained, is in need of repair at this location. A pre-hearing inspection took place on February 4th, 2021, and the violation remains. The city is requesting that the violations be brought into compliance within the 10 days or a fine of $100 a day per violation be imposed thereafter.
Yes. I think I called you. I don't know if you remember, I gave you a call last week about the garbage enclosure.
Yes, ma'am.
We had the maintenance crew go out there and clean as much as possible, but it is wood, so it's pretty rotten. So there wasn't really much repair to do. And the property owner felt that it would be best for us to redo the entire enclosure with aluminum. So we're gonna redo the entire thing. I spoke with you, and I remember I mentioned to you that I was gonna go ahead and submit for a permit because I know we can't do work without a permit. So we did that. I have a permit number for you guys if you want. Once the permit is issued, then we're gonna go ahead and redo it. And then I can go ahead and give you a call so we can do the reinspection once again.
That's fine. So what we're requesting is the 10 days for the 1812A, the trash and debris. Okay. And you just now put in for the permit. It has not been printed. Is that correct?
That is correct. We put in the permit, I believe, Friday.
So 34 days.
I think it was Tuesday that I spoke with you. I'm not sure.
So 34 days then for printing the permit and having the work done. I think that would be ample time.
Okay. I mean, it's just a matter of getting the city to approve the permit and we'll get to work right away.
Okay. 34 days or $100 a day. If you run into a problem with the permit, make sure you contact the city inspector before the fines start to run.
Okay, that works for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
And 10 days on the other.
Correct.
So, and will I call you once everything is cleaned out? Because they should have done it already, but I'll double check and then I'll call you again on your cell.
That'd be perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 32. Inspector Lois Tarosky, case number CE-19100748. Owner, Michelle Lewis. This case was first heard on 2/6/2020 to comply by 2/16/2020 and 3/5/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section complied at $25 per day, $250 accrued. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day, $13,050 accrued. A total of $13,300 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue on the non-compliant violations.
Good morning, Michelle. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Inspector Lois Trowski, on behalf of the city, this is case number CE 1910048, located at 1720 Northwest 7th Avenue. This case first came before Special Magistrate on February 6, 2020, where evidence was presented and magistrate Purdy found for the city. At this time, the following violations that were read are not complied. So I will go ahead and refer to representative of the property.
Okay, Ms. Lewis?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, why isn't this property into compliance yet? We've given you a couple of extensions.
Right, and I called the inspector to see what wasn't in compliance. I know for sure under the carport, there is wood or whatever it is that is coming down. I'm currently in the Rebuild Florida program, and on December 22nd, and if you want, I can email it to whomever, we sent their application for a permit so they can start working on the home. Now, as far as the grass and fixing the driveway pavement, we took care of that. Painting the house, we took care of that. I actually wanted her, well, I called to see if she can tell me what exactly it is. See, even that where the car is, we've put all of that. So I don't know what exactly we're not doing.
Well, my last inspection, if you could refer to the pictures, you have derelict vehicles. That's one of them.
Okay.
The landscaping is not being maintained. There's missing landscape on the swale. There's still debris around the sides of the vehicles that just need to be picked up. And the driveway, I really cannot tell because of the vehicles on top what has been done and what hasn't been done. So that's one issue we could go over together, but the rest is still there. Those violations still remain.
So when you say okay, so I can't see the debris, but we'll speak about that. As far as the grass, we've purchased fertilizer. What happened is our sprinklers aren't working, and that we're just trying to get the resources to fix. But as far as doing the fertilizer and whatever we possibly could, those cars are actually my mother's car and they're still being used. It's not like they're just, they're not in the prettiest condition, but their car is being used. So I thought honestly, and we painted the house. So I thought the only thing that we needed to do was under the carport, again, as I mentioned, there is wood or pieces of the roof that is falling, and Rebuild Florida is what's taking care of that. So again, if we can meet or speak as to the debris on the floor, then that's fine. We can take care of that.
Well, the issue is you're still not in compliance, so fines will continue to run.
What are our fines now as we speak? Like a total or?
$13,050.
$13,050?
Oh, $13,300, sorry.
$13,300.
Yeah.
And that is for what again?
Well, you know,
I'm actually trying to take notes.
Since February, and I'm having a hard time believing you don't understand what the landscape problems are and what a derelict vehicle is. Those vehicles, if they don't have a registration on them, they don't have a proper plate on it, they're not operable, they're a derelict vehicle. This has been going on since February, and you're still asking what you need to do.
No, ma'am, I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying those cars are actually being used. They're not the prettiest cars, but the truck is something that my mom especially uses. Now, as far as the landscape, and again, I'm only saying this because we've actually put in work in the home. And I don't want a lien on my home for $13,000, especially when I can't pay that.
Okay, well, you can come back and talk to me about the fines, but you got to bring the property into compliance before I can do anything for you on the fines.
Certainly. So what you're saying is then purchase grass or sod, whatever it is, to put over.
No, I'm not going to tell you what you need to do. Inspector, are these vehicles derelict? Do they have a registration on it? Or what?
No, the one in front of the pickup does not, and I could not see the back of the one in the carport. But they have, since I've taken over this area in the past 4 months, I believe, I have not seen those two vehicles move at all. So whether the truck is being used or not, I'm not sure. But it's just a matter of if I would be more than happy to meet at the property and we could walk through it and then go from there.
Okay, I'm going to give 28-day extension, Ms. Lewis. It's going to be your last extension, and the inspector will come out and meet with you. And I'll stay the fines during that period, but I'm not going to be involved in one more hearing where you ask what you've got to do. Okay.
Okay. So as far as the 13,300, can that be reduced? What happens to my home?
Bring the property into compliance. You can come back and address the fines, and I will consider your circumstances.
So compliance. And do I call the inspector to set an appointment or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, were you saying something?
No, I said thank you.
No, I think I heard the magistrate say something as well.
No, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 28. Inspector Malaika Murray. Case number CE19010070. Case address 2120 Northwest 4th Street. Owner Antonia M. Bailey. This case was first heard on 5/16/19 to comply by 6/20/19. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 4 sections complied at $50 per day. $12,050 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
Okay.
Is there a respondent here?
Ori.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
The property owner is on the phone as well.
Okay, Eleni, can you please unmute your microphone? Corey, please start your video.
I don't have a video, but I'm with the CRA with the city of Lauderdale.
Could you please all raise your right hand, including Antonio? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the city is recommending no fines, and I'm assuming that you have no problem with that. Ms. Jankovic?
No, we do not have a problem with that.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, you're finished.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 26. It's an administrative hearing. Inspector Wanda Aquavela. Case number CE20080020. Case address 705 Southwest 10th Street. Owner ZPG Revocable Trust. Zola Gonzalez trustee and all others.
Wanda, can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you, Wanda.
Turn this thing up. Good morning, Your Honor. Wanda Aquavella for the city.
Hold on.
Address is read.
Hold on 1 second, Wanda. We're trying to find a respondent. Do we have a respondent for 705 Southwest 10th Street or 713 Southwest 31st Avenue? Please use the raise hand function if you're still in the room.
Mr. Ezra, if you could please press *6 to unmute.
Mr. Ezra, please raise your right hand.
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Wanda, go ahead.
Okay. Again, good morning, Your Honor. Wanda Aquabella, the city, case and address as read. Your Honor, we cited this property on 8/4/2020 for bulk trash. Oh. The property was posted, pictures were taken. We responded 48 hours later and the trash was still out there. We took more pictures and turned it into the city for abatement.
Okay, who's there for this, for the property owner?
Yes, hi, good morning. This is Ben with the property management. How are you?
I'm fine, Ben. What do you have to tell me about why this bulk trash was picked up?
Okay, so I just a little bit after I spoke to the inspector and I sent the proof from a company that we use and contract regularly to clean all our properties and pick up all our bulk trash. I also submitted recently, just before the hearing last week, a bunch of invoices about bulk pickup. Now, we're at the property almost once a week, sometimes even twice. So obviously in between, we don't know what's going on. I called so many times about bulk pickup that it's not mine, that it gets thrown there from other properties. Again, we pay, and I have the proof, and you can call the company that can admit that they get paid on a monthly basis to go and clean the property from any bulk pickup. So yes, I can't be there 24/7 and pick up every piece of trash that somebody else is throwing, but anything and everything that belongs to our property, or even not, but when my guys or the company goes there, they pick up. So no, I don't want to pay that because I'm paying thousands of dollars and I have proof of that to pick up bulk trash all the time. And again, I can't be there 24/7 when the property, you know, when the inspectors are going there and they see something and they assume that it's mine because somebody is throwing it right next to my fence.
Okay, sir, unfortunately, I can't let everyone off the hook if people throw on their property. It's your responsibility as property owner or property manager to make
Exactly.
Don't speak while I'm speaking, sir. To make sure that the property is cleaned up. You were given notice and it wasn't cleaned up timely, so I have no alternative but to fine for the city.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
No, sorry.
Additionally, on page 26, Your Honor, there's another case, CE 20060537. Case address 713 Southwest 13th Avenue. Owner Tropical View Apartments, LLC, Star Management. This is with Inspector Gail Williams. But it is the same property manager.
Correct. Hello?
Please bear with us 1 second, please. Your Honor. We need a 5-minute recess, please.
Pardon me?
A 5-minute recess, please.
Sure.
Thank you. 060537, case address 713 Southwest 13th Avenue, owner Tropical View Apartments LLC in care of STAR Management. And this is an administrative hearing.
Ben, if you could please press *6 to unmute.
Yes, I'm back.
Go ahead, Gail.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 200-60537. Property address is 713 Southwest 13th Ave. I inspected the property on June 11, 2020, and cited for the following violation, 24-7B. There is a bulk trash violation at this property consisting of mattress and a TV box. Posted a 48-hour bulk trash notice on the property for compliance. Re-inspected the property on June 16th, 2020. The bulk trash remained. A copy of the notice was submitted to administrative staff for city abatement and removal.
Is the property owner with us?
Yes, I'm here. I thought we just spoke about it. Didn't we?
No, this is a different property. It's 713 Southwest 13th Avenue.
713, 717, 721. It's all one folio. Maybe it's broken down on the addresses, but it's one property, belongs to the same owner, under the same management. It's all fenced in, it's together.
Okay. Was this case previously heard?
No, that case already heard was 705 Southwest 10th Street. We're now talking about 713 Southwest 13th Avenue.
So are you here for Tropical View Apartments?
Correct.
Okay, at 713 Southwest 13th Avenue.
Correct.
Okay, so what is the reason that the mattress was not removed timely?
So again, like I explained before, I don't know what happened to what. I don't know, somebody got confused here. We have a service of bulk pickup that comes all the time and pick up trash. Like I said, we can't be there all the time to check. It wasn't mine. I keep calling the city that, somebody else is throwing stuff that does not belong to me or my tenants or from any of our units. And then I sent proof of that on August after I spoke to the officer about the matter. And she asked me to send proof that we pay a monthly fee to a bulk pickup company to come and do that. And I think they do it once a week, and they pass by our properties and they pick up stuff like that. In addition to that, I submitted more invoices specifically showing that on this property, how much we spend on bulk pickup. Again, I called so many times, okay, because I get my neighbors when they called me and they said somebody just threw something here again, and I go and I pick it up. This does not belong to me. I mean, I can't control this all the time.
Okay.
But I can show thousands of dollars paid to a company to pick up bulk trash all the time.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, but unfortunately, if you're given notice to pick up something and you don't do it in a timely fashion, I have no alternative but to fine for the city.
Yeah, but I call and nobody comes, nobody checks, and nobody cares. That's the problem.
Okay. All right. Fine for the city.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 26. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, case number CE 20070425, case address 1243 Southwest 21st Street, owner Michael and Eileen Mekanaman.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand, Eileen. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Wilson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior number 269 on behalf of the city. Case number CE 20070425. Case address 1243 Southwest 21st Street. This residential vacant lot property located on the River Oaks Home Association was cited by the previous retired Inspector Sanguineri number 126 on Tuesday, July 14, 2020 at 7:55 in the morning, following anonymous complaint. The bull trash collection day for this area is the first Thursday of each month. Property was cited for bull trash violation, section 24.7b. There is bull trash on the right of way, not on a scheduled day and time. 48 bull trash notice of violation was posted on the same day, 7/14/2020, at 8:55 in the morning, as depicted on the pictures. On Monday, 7/20/2020, at 11:30, Inspector Sanguineri observed that the bull trash remained in violation on the swale in front of this vacant lot property, as is depicted on the pictures. A work order was submitted to clerk for city abatement on the same day, 7/20/2020. The work order was processed and submitted to Parks and Recreation Sanitation Department on the same day for abatement. On Wednesday, 7/22/2020, at 8:35 a.m., Inspector Sanguineri confirmed via re-inspection that the bull trash was removed from the vacant lot 12, as depicted on the pictures. According with the case history, there was no communication with the inspector of the office about the violation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. McMahon? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, this is Magistrate.
I can hear you.
Okay, this is Magistrate Flynn. I can hear you as well. What did you want to tell me about why this property wasn't timely picked up?
Well, I wasn't aware that I got a notice because they sent it to my P.O. box, and because of the pandemic, I wasn't going to the P.O. box. We just stay at home mainly because because of the pandemic. We're both older and we're just very nervous about it. So I didn't go to the P.O. box. So I wasn't aware. And when I got the notice, when I went there, I called in. And I think what happened was we have a neighbor, and she called anonymously because she wanted us to cut the grass in the vacant lot shorter than it was. And that's what the inspector came out at, to look at the grass being too long, and it wasn't. And so then, because she just cleaned up her site and put all the trash over there, which she does all the time, because she doesn't like it on her place because she rents it out as an Airbnb, they cited us for the bulk pickup on the swale. So you have two neighbors on both sides, and that's what they do. They don't want it in front of their house because they rent them out as Airbnb and they want them immaculate looking. And so they just put it over there. So now what I've been doing is, now every time I see it, I have to call. I didn't realize this, but now I call the police. And I write down the numbers and I call for malicious dumping. So I wasn't aware that I had gotten this notice. And when I did, immediately I called up, and they told me when this hearing was.
Okay, when you became aware of it, was it already picked up?
Yeah, I didn't become aware of it until like September or something like that, because I didn't go pick up my notice.
Okay.
See, it goes to a P.O. box for that, because that's just a vacant lot and because we don't live there, we have it sent to a P.O. box for our tax bill, and I guess that's what they used was our tax bill. I never go down there.
Okay, well, you do need to inspect the property and make sure no one's dumping there.
Oh, now, believe me, I'm inspecting it regularly now, and I bought a no dumping sign, and I call the police now regularly because I understand they don't have to come off. They just record it because it's constant now. So, you know, they don't want it on their property, so they dump it on the swale. That's it. That's it exactly what they do. And if you look at it, those are from her property because that's the trees that she has.
Okay.
So,
okay, I understand. Does the city want to address the fact that it went to her PO box? Is that okay?
Your Honor, I think whatever went to her mailbox is the billing. It's not the posting, Your Honor. Your posting was done in the parking lot. And for her information, the city will do illegal dumping about 3 times a year. But it's your responsibility to maintain the property. She don't continue doing that all the time.
Oh, I am going to continue. I'm telling you what my plan is now. Now I have to walk down there all like just this month. You can call I had to call the police. There's a large part of it. But the thing is, they came out because there was an anonymous call because the neighbor wanted us to cut the grass shorter. And she had just cleaned up her yard and put all the stuff there. So they didn't cite me for cutting the grass because they thought that was fine the way the grass was. They cited for the bulk pickup. Every month now I go down there and I look, since I've gotten it, I call the police and I say there's malicious dumping. They note it, and it's from the 2 sides because they if you look at their houses, it's all glamorous and everything like that because they rented out Airbnb and they want to keep it up like that. So they see my vacant swale. I mean, when you have a vacant lot, they park in front so the lawn guy can't get in. They do all kinds of stuff, but I am on it. I have the no dumping sign. I call the police. I can't go up to them. I can't put a camera up there and record it because I don't have the internet down there because it's a vacant lot. But,
all right, ma'am.
I'm on it.
I've got the picture. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna. It seems like you have a handle on it right now. Okay, and I'm gonna find for the property owner in light of the situation and the pandemic and her being at home and not being able to get to her PO box. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt this one time. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And one question that I do have is, as this is continuous, I am calling that's what I was told to do, that I have to call the police and they note it. And I take photographs.
Well, you're going to be held.
See, it's not us doing it.
Ma'am. You're going to be held responsible regardless of whether or not you dumped it there. So you need to check your and you need to check your property frequently and remove it. And certainly when there's posted, you have to remove it timely.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm responsible for removing that. Okay, from the other people illegally dumping. I got it. That's what I needed to know. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good day. Good luck.
Our next case is on page 3. And page 4. For Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE20101083, case address 2817 East Oakland Park Boulevard, owner ACS 2817 LLC. And on page 4, case number CE20100750, case address 2817 East Oakland Park Boulevard, owner ACS 2817 LLC, property posted 1/26/2021 and posted at City Hall 1/26/2021.
Good morning, Jordan. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Dorian, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. And Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is C020100750. Case address is 2817 East Oakland Park Boulevard. This property was first inspected on October 20th, 2020, and the following violations were observed. 47-20.20H, the parking facilities are not being maintained at this property. There are holes and cracks in the surface, and the parking lot is in disrepair. The striping needs to be redone, the wheel stops repaired or replaced, and it needs to be resurfaced. And also 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and soffits, are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 8th, 2021, and it shows that the violations remain as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day per violation thereafter.
Okay, Mr. Brown, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 28 days?
We are. Basically, the whole point of why I wanted to be here was to basically just get a little clarification on some of the codes that were enforced against us. As far as the building, I have power of attorney. I speak directly to the owners. We're more than willing to go above and beyond what was asked as far as painting, cleaning, repairing any stucco or anything that needs to be done. I guess the big piece was the parking lot. Inspector Cologne, if you remember, we spoke, I had the question specifically about resurfacing the parking lot. With resurfacing, I actually happen to have a background too. I worked for a national paving contractor for 4 years. Parking lots are kind of my expertise as well. I've had contractors I've actually worked with in the past from my previous position come out to do, proposals and stuff like that. My personal opinion, which was concurred with through the contractors, the lot, we'd like to, as opposed to resurface, we would very much like to seal coat and restripe and take care of all those car stops that are damaged and whatnot. We're talking also a difference, and I have the quotes and proposals of, $5,000 to seal, stripe, repair any damaged car stops, up to $24,000. I'm basically looking for some kind of common ground here to come to. With us agreeing to paint and redo the entire building, I think it was just related to the north side of the building. But if we're going to do it, we want to do it right. We don't want our building in disarray. I took over as a property manager back in August, so I'm still pretty new to the property. That itself is going to cost us $20,000 to repaint, repair, do everything we need to on the building itself. But I think the parking lot resurfacing is a little, I guess we call it extreme, to request for the price tag to get that done, as opposed to what actually needs to be done. I also do have invoices I did submit as evidence. I don't know, I hope you guys received them. We did some patching of some potholes in some of the worst areas. Spent about $2,000 on doing that prior to any fines or code violations that were given to us. We did get the catch basins cleaned out and maintained. Again, I've only been around since August, but, I'm trying to take pride in obviously how the place looks. So basically what I'm asking for is to find some kind of common ground here as far as the parking lot, because, to resurface is kind of vague. You can talk about seal coating, you could talk about putting over a whole new layer of asphalt. But with the repairs that we've already made and, to fill in the cracks and whatnot, that's basically what we're asking, and to get clarification on what exactly needs to be done to satisfy the city.
Inspector, could you explain to him what his responsibilities are?
Well, I had already explained to him that if he applies for the permit, they'll give him the exactly what needs to be done. So as far as, with the violation is very clear. The parking lot is not being maintained and it is in disrepair. And, I'll repeat it. The striping needs to be redone. The wheel stops need to be repaired or replaced. And it needs to, there's holes and cracks. It needs to be resurfaced. So as far as the exterior, I explained to him that he did not need a permit and that, he could get started on that. So this was back in, I believe, October when this started, the end of October. He did send me a proposal in November, the middle of November of 2020. However, there hasn't been any forward progress as far as even applying for a permit. So we're moving forward with the case. We need something done. So the exterior has not been addressed and the parking lot hasn't been applied for at all. So here we are.
Okay. Mr. Brown, obviously the violation exists and I'm finding that the violation does exist. You need to give me a time frame that you need to get this done, and then I will decide between the 28 days that was recommended, whether that's reasonable or your time frame.
So I would say based off of, again, the proposals that we received for the building work, the work itself will take 3 to 4 weeks is what's estimated. It would be a process. If we're going to paint the building, we need to pressure wash first, go around the building, and then obviously repairs and then paint to finish it off. So I would probably request a little more than the 28 days just to be safe. And then again, as far as the parking lot, I think it's a matter of opinion. I don't think it needs to be resurfaced. I think it needs to be seal coated, restriped, car stops replaced. And again, we're talking as far as cost, a difference of $5,000 up to $25,000. The owners, and I do speak on behalf of the owners. I mean, we're more than willing to comply. We want to keep the place in good shape. And I just, I think the building to put that money into, where you're asking us to clean and just, paint and make repairs, we're going above and beyond on that aspect, and we're looking to get the whole building painted. But parking lot wise, again, I know you didn't really answer the question, and I remember you did tell me to speak to your direct supervisor to get more clarification, and I never got a straight answer. So, I mean, we want to maintain, we want to do some work. I just want to, $25,000 on a parking lot. It's a huge expense to incur, especially right now. That's why the seal coat was the common ground.
Well, sir, you have your option to do it the way you want to do it, but then you may end up still in violation when you're done. So that's really your choice. You can, when you go to get it permitted, you can talk to them as well for more guidance.
Yeah, and I completely get that, and it's just almost like gambling, though. I know how it's going to come out, and I know it's going to look good, but I just based off of the the description of the fines and what they're asking us to do. I mean, that's a $20,000 gamble. I mean, it's
that's your prerogative if you want to gamble. I mean, I'm looking at this property and it's hard for me to imagine that it doesn't need resurfacing, but that's up to you. I just find that the violation exists. I'm going to give you 34 days to bring the property into compliance, or $50 a day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 4. We're seeing Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE-19110927 for case address 430 Arizona Avenue. Owners Claudette Grant and Donald Grant. Property posted 121 and posted City Hall 12621.
Good morning, Donald. Please raise your right
Good
hand.
morning. Good morning.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do swear.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dorian.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE-19110927, and the case address is 430 Arizona Avenue. This property was first inspected on January 9th, 2020, and the following violations were observed. 9304B, the driveway is in disrepair. It has holes, cracks, and needs to be resurfaced. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas that are dirty, stained, have missing and or peeling paint, including but not limited to the fascia. 184C, there's a derelict vehicle on the property, and 47-19.HH.II.4.A, there is a storage pod exceeding the number of days allowed to be stored at the property. And a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 8th, 2021, and it shows that the violations remain as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 14 days to comply or a fine of $25 a day per violation thereafter.
Mr. Grant,
Yes, ma'am.
she's asking for you to bring the property into compliance within 10 days, 14 days. Are you in agreement with that?
Well, I would like to request about 90 days. 90 days. This is the reason, ma'am. I have for the driveway, I have obtained a permit. I have decided that instead of to just resurface it, I'm just going to redo the driveway. I have obtained the permit to do that. Good. And so it's going to require a lot more time. Now, with regards to the fascia, there have been some work that have been done, but not enough. And I am willing that during the period that I have requested, that the 90 days would give me enough time to complete everything, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
So since he does have the permit and, he's requesting 90, I think that's a little bit too much. I think that we could get, or that he could get this done in 42 days. The city's willing to change it from 14 days to 42 days to comply, or a fine of $25 a day thereafter.
Okay.
Okay, I understand.
Per violation.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but the trailer here is going to present a formidable challenge, because it's a 20-foot long trailer. It's almost 10 feet wide, 10 feet high, and it's filled with stuff because we have been doing some. When you gave me that citation, they were open permits. We were doing some internal renovations at the time. No, so all that trailer is filled with stuff that I just need to get rid of, and so it's going to take. So that is exactly why I have requested the 90 days, because it will give me some more breathing time, and so that I don't have to come back and request any more time now.
Okay. Sir, I'll give you 49 days. And if you have a problem or you run into some problem, I would like you to be diligent and try and get it done within that time. But if you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we do 10 days for the derelict vehicle, though? Can we make the 184C 10 days to comply or $25 a day, and then all others, the 49 days to comply or $25 a day?
Okay, sir, do you understand that? Can you get that derelict vehicle?
Well, I tell you what happened. You see, the derelict vehicle, I do not understand the term, because that vehicle is licensed and insured. The issue with that vehicle is that because it has some engine problems, I did not see it as maybe an urgent thing to get it going. But I love that vehicle. It's licensed and insured.
So
I'd like to keep it. Yeah.
Sorry, the last time I was at the property, I don't know if the picture's on there or not. There was no tag on that vehicle. And then also I don't know if the tires have air in them now, but the tires have been flat as well.
I understand, ma'am, but it's licensed and insured now. If you come by and check, it's licensed and insured. You see, the problem with vehicle is that all vehicles are like that. If the vehicle sits, because my wife, because of the pandemic now, she has been quarantined because she has severe underlying condition. And even the vehicle that she drives, I have to pump it up regularly because when a vehicle sits, it just loses air for
Okay,
too long.
sir,
Yes.
is the tag up to date?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's up to date, ma'am.
All right, then I'm going to give you the inspector the 10 days or $25 a day thereafter, and she can go out and check to make sure that the tag is up to date.
But yes, it's up to date, ma'am. It's up to date.
Okay, so and your wife drives that vehicle?
No, there are 4 vehicles. There is a vehicle that my wife drives. That vehicle hasn't been driven for a while because it has some mechanical problems that I have to fix. But there's another car that my wife drives, the Honda. You can see it in the picture there.
Which vehicle, inspector, is the derelict vehicle?
It's the white.
It's the white Mustang.
White Mustang that's in front. And every single inspection that I've gone on, that car has not moved, and it's always blocked by the other car, which I was told belongs to their son. So I was told actually that both cars belong to him.
Okay, so is the white car drivable?
Well, it has some engine problems, ma'am. It has some engine problems that can be rectified. It's just that I've never considered it as perhaps maybe urgent to fix it, but it's a car that I would like to keep.
Registered and insured?
Yes, ma'am. It is registered and insured. The paperwork is current.
Okay. All right. What is the criteria for a derelict vehicle, inspector?
So if the vehicle is not operable, then that is part, that could be considered derelict. If there's no tag or being up to date, that would be considered derelict. If it's, just being stored and it's not moving and it's just being stored, that can be considered derelict. There's a number, extensive damage to the vehicle. There's, it's not just tag. There's other reasons that can make it derelict.
Is inoperable, as I said before, then it is a derelict vehicle and needs to either be fixed or moved.
Yes, and Your Honor, if I could, Rana Montoya with the City Attorney's Office, you can see in one of the photos that the inspector provided, at least the front tire is completely flat. So if the tires are flat, see this one right here. You can see the tires are flat. So again, that would go to the inoperability of the vehicle.
Okay, all right, 10 days or $25 a day on that one, and 49 days or $25 a day.
So what should I do with that one, ma'am? What do you want me to do with the white vehicle? Because as I have explained to you before, if you look next to it, there is a Honda, which my wife drives, the Honda. And I just say, if you park a vehicle, the Honda is what she drives all the time. And I tell her just for 1 month, she parked that vehicle. I think about 2 months. She didn't drive the vehicle. And I went out and looked at it. The tires were flat. And, it happens to vehicles. If you park it and you don't drive it, the tires go flat. That is something with vehicles. Yeah. Because right now, it's not, I see this flat, but I can get it pumped up. I can replace the tires.
Mr. Graham, please listen to me. This is about the white car, not the one your wife drives.
I understand it, ma'am. No, I just make the point, ma'am, to say that even if I should pump the tire up or patch it or replace the tire, if this car is not driven all the time, that's what happened to vehicles. The tire is going to go down. Okay. That's just vehicles,
right. Yes. The car needs to be made operable within 10 days or it needs to be removed from the property.
Wow.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 34. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE18091090. Case address 941 Southwest 21st Terrace, owner 941 Terrace FL LLC in care of CFR Realty Partners LLC. This case was first heard on 5/16/19 to comply by 7/4/19. There are 4 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $11,300 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount of fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Dina. Please raise your right hand.
Good morning.
Are you sworn affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning again, Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 1809-1090, case address 941 Southwest 21st Terrace. This case came before the Special Magistrate on May 16, 2019, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. And there have been 2 extensions given since the original compliance date. There was 3 extensions given since the original compliance date. Plus another extension due to COVID-19 between March 20th through September 4th. So, however, I did see that a permit was issued. And it was issued on January 26, 2021. So with that being said, the city does not oppose an extension. However, we would request a 42-day extension.
Okay. Ms. Gray?
That's accurate what was just stated in 40. If I could just have some clarification, are you saying a 42-day extension to complete the work?
Yes, to
Okay.
bring the property into compliance, and I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. But if you do not complete it within that time, the fines will begin to run again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 37. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 19070014, case address 928 Northwest 4th Avenue, owner Eva Similova. Case was first heard on 12/5/19 to comply by 1/9/2020, suspended 3/5/20 to 4/2/20, and 4/3/20 to 9/4/20. 2 sections complied at $50 per day, $16,400 accrued. And the city is requesting full amount.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Eva. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, could you see me?
No, can you please start your video?
Okay, I'll try again. I thought I did. Oh, the camera is not functioning.
Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes, I am.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne, City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 1907-0014. The case address is 928 Northwest 4th Avenue. This case was originally cited by Inspector Gibson and was brought before the Special Magistrate on December 5th, 2019, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city, giving 14 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day per violation thereafter. The case is in compliance, and there was a total of 12 inspections made to this property. And the city is requesting, at this time, the city is requesting administrative costs of $718.
And no fine, that would be administrative cost and also fine. Forgive me, I speak an accent.
Ms. Kamova, what she's saying is that the city is willing to accept costs only of $718. And considering the fines are $16,400, I think that's a pretty good deal.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to order it.
So this is the final order.
This is the final order. You'll receive it in the mail and have to pay $718.
Okay, I appreciate it greatly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 38. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 19091171. Case address 3821 Southwest 10th Street. Owner J.A. and Grace H. Fitz. This case was first heard on 3/5/2020 to comply by 3/6/2020 and 5/7/2020. Suspended 3/27/2020 to 9/4/2020 and 5/8/2020 to 9/4/2020. 5 sections not complied at $25 per day. $19,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Grace. Please raise your right hand. Please state your name for the record.
Grace Fitz.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Kaloyan with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 1909-1171. Case address is 3821 Southwest 10th Street. This case came before the special magistrate on March 5th, 2020, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. I would like to put in that if you see the pictures, this property has come a very, very long way, and I just wanted to address say that for the record. And I conducted a pre-hearing inspection on February 8th, 2021, and as of this inspection, all violations are now in compliance, and there was a total of 17 inspections made to this property. So the city is actually requesting no fines to be assessed for this property, for this case.
Okay. Is the property owner, can you hear me? This is Magistrate Flynn.
Yes.
Okay. Well, the city is giving you a big break here and is waiving the fines, and I'm going to order that, okay?
Oh, I'm so thankful.
All
God,
right.
I'm thankful.
Well, you did a good job on the property, cleaning it up, and we appreciate that you did get it done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bless it.
Okay, so I'm gonna
And you.
connect you in via telephone. You're able to come in. So you just stay on your phone. We'll connect you, okay? Please hold 1 second.
Give me 1 second. I need to. Mr. Leonardo, is there something we can assist you with?
Yes, I'm just here to see if my case is still gonna be heard. I can give you the case number if you need it.
Can you please email us at specialmagistrate@fortlauderdale.gov?
I did.
What's the case number?
It's CE 200-30284.
Okay, we'll be back with you shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brian, how may we assist you? Mr. Brian?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. How may we assist you?
Well, my apologies. I inadvertently pressed the raise hand button.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next case is on page 38, Senior Inspector Dorian Kaloyan. Case number CE 19010339. Case address 3030 Southwest 7th Street. Owner Margaret Ilas. This case was first heard on 5/16. This case was first heard on 5/16/19 to comply by 5/26/19. There are several suspensions notated on the agenda. 5 sections complied at $25 per day. $18,925 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Kaloyan, City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 1901-0339. Case address is 3030 Southwest 7th Street. This case came before the special magistrate on May 16th, 2019, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city, given 10 days to comply or a fine of $25 a day per violation thereafter. There was a total of 24 inspections made to this property. The case is now in compliance. And yes, the city is requesting no fines to be assessed. And I believe the homeowner she may have wanted to, say something. So.
Okay. Is the property owner here? This is Magistrate Flynn. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. The city has requested that I do not assess fines against you. And so that's what I'm going to do.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're very welcome, ma'am.
Can you please just state your name for the record?
Yes, it's Margaret A. Eylis.
Thank you.
Okay. No fines then. Thank you, Ms. Eylis.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 7. Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 201000739. Case address 2525 Northwest 21st Street. Owner Grace Covenant Church of Fort Lauderdale, Inc. Property posted 11221, posted at City Hall 12621.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Mr. Byrne, good morning. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes, good morning.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I certainly do.
Okay, thank you. Karen, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Byrne. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 201000739. The address is 2525 Northwest 21st Street. The property was inspected on 10/19 and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-4C, there is a derelict vessel and trailer on the property. An inspection report was posted on October 19th, 2020. I re-inspected the property on November 3rd, 2020. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on January 12th, 2021. A pre-hearing inspection was done on February 7th, and the violations remained as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 14 days or $25 a day thereafter.
Okay, Mr. Bryan?
Yes, good morning, Magistrate Flynn.
Good morning. Good morning. Are you able to remove that vehicle within 14 days, please?
Well, here's what I'd like to say, Judge Flynn. We certainly want to work along with the city. The problem for us with this boat is when it initially showed up, we called the police about it. They removed another car vehicle, but then the boat was placed up on our property. When we approached the neighbors next door, it almost ended up in an altercation on a Sunday morning. We're concerned if we go out there and have somebody that there's going to be some type of situation. I'm wondering, is there some way we can pay the city to actually remove it because they have the authority and they won't run into those kinds of situations? We would gladly pay the city or whomever they would deem appropriate that could do that for us.
That's not something I can order.
Okay.
Does someone want to weigh in and tell if that's possible, if he could pay the city to remove it?
I will weigh in. Your Honor, Portia Williams, Co-Compliance Manager for the city. If the city removes this boat, it is going to cost you a lot more than it would cost if you had the church to remove the boat. The process for the bidding is going to take a while. And in addition to that, the administrative fees that you're going to end up incurring, the city can and will, my opinion, you should remove this boat. It's going to cost you a lot more for the city to do it.
Certainly, and I understand that. Here's, perhaps the city can help us with this too. We'd contacted a couple of towing companies about removing it, and they asked us where would they put it. And I said, I don't know, I'll ask the city, do they have some type of impounding lot or someplace we could unload something like that?
No, we do not. So that would answer that, no.
Okay. Look, I understand it's our responsibility, it's the church's land, and we plan to permanently take care of this because our board met this weekend. We're going to sell those properties. But I don't know where we would have it even towed to if we got somebody to remove it. I guess you said we're in a rock and hard place. But okay, well, Judge, we'll take responsibility and find something to do with it.
Okay, and if you're concerned for the safety of anybody trying to remove it, then of course you can call the police.
Yeah, that is a concern. I will call and ask if they'll provide some type of escort or something.
Okay, all right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Judge. We appreciate it. And thank you, City Inspector and Ms.
Thank
Williams.
you, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Certainly.
Our next case is on page 8. Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 201011192. Case address 239 Northwest 15th Court. Owner Peggy Lee DeBerry Brown. Property posted 1/20/21 and posted at City Hall 1/26/21.
Yeah.
Mr. Paulo, good morning. Please raise your right hand. Is the person next to you going to be speaking as well?
Yes, she's the owner of the property.
What is her name, please?
Peggy Lee DeBerry Brown.
Thank you. Can you please both raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Inspector Proto, City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 201011192, address 2329 Northwest 15th Court. The property was inspected on 10/28/2020 and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-308A, the roof is not in good repair and is not weatherproof or watertight. There is a blue top on the roof and is being held down by sandbags. An inspection report was posted at the property on October 28, 2020. A re-inspection of the property was done on 11/30/2020. A notice of hearing was posted on January 20th, 2021. As of the pre-hearing inspection on February 7th, 2021, the violations remain as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 63 days or $25 a day thereafter. I was in contact with the owner and the daughter of the owner of the property, and they're in the process of filling in an application for the city to get help with the roof, hence me asking for 63 days on the case.
Okay. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Okay. Are you willing to bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. If you run into any kind of problem, make sure you contact the inspector, or fines will begin to run after that. Do you understand, Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 8. Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 2010096. Case address 2791 Northwest 23rd Street. Owner 2791 23 Land Trust. Rip Rock Homes Inc. Trustee. Property posted 1/12/21. Posted at City Hall 1/26/21. We're going to go to the next case on page 8 as the respondent is not currently in the room. For Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 20110654, case address 2308 Northwest 15th Court, owner Grace D. Jenkins, property posted 11221, posted at City Hall 12621.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. Please raise your right hand.
Oh, can you see me? I don't know if you can see you.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 20110654. The address is 2308 Northwest 15th Court. The property was inspected on November 30th, 2020, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-305B. The landscape on the property is not well maintained. In a neat and well appearance, there are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation number 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing and peeling paint. 18-12A has complied. An inspection report was posted on the property on November 30th, 2020. I re-inspected the property on 12/30th, 2020. A notice of hearing was posted on January 12th, 2021. As of a pre-hearing inspection on February 7th, 2021, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 34 days or $25 a day for each violation.
Okay. Mr. Jackson,
Yes, ma'am.
this is Magistrate Flynn.
How you doing, Miss?
I'm doing well, thank you, sir. Can you bring the property into compliance within 34 days?
Already started.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I just ordered four skids of sod, and I got a guy going out there this weekend to start painting, hopefully, if it doesn't rain.
Wonderful. 34 days. If you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you so much, Karen.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 9. For Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 20110417. Case address 3021 Northwest 19th Street. Owner Ayur Defa LLC and care of Family Dollar. Attention lease accounting ST number 30486. Property posted 11221, posted at City Hall 12621.
Good morning, Ella. Please raise your right hand. Is Ms. Garcia on the?
I believe she is. I communicated with her earlier today and I just saw her camera go on.
Yes, I am on.
Okay, good. Please raise your right hand as well. Do you both swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 20110417, address 3021 Northwest 19th Street. The property was inspected on November 15th, and the following violations were observed. Violation number BCZ-39-133, subsection E, subsection 3. The buffer wall on the property is in disrepair and has cracks and holes in it. Violation number BCZ 39-79A has complied. Violation number 47-19.9 has complied. An inspection report was posted on the property on November 15, 2020. I re-inspected the property on 12/15/2020. A notice of hearing was posted on January 12, 2021. As pre-hearing inspection on February 7, 2021, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Garcia, can you bring this property into compliance within 28 days?
Your Honor, if I may, Ms. Garcia is actually the district manager. I represent Family Dollar, also here representing today the property owner, obviously for purposes of today's hearing. We are working towards bringing the property into compliance. I will explain that part of the delay had been the fact that we understood until fairly recently that the fence, the wall, is actually set back from the property line, which has previously created other issues with illegal dumping on the property. So what we wanted to do was remove the wall. Unfortunately, the city has denied that request at this time. And we have been working, frankly, on two fronts. We have already secured a contractor who has been on the property to determine what the timeline of the repairs would be. Our request to the city at this point would be to provide us at least 60 days in order to allow the contractor to do whatever they need to do in order to bring the property into full compliance as it relates to the wall issues.
Okay, does the city have objection to 63 days?
Do you have a permit on file at this time?
I do not believe a permit is on file at this time. I do know that we did seek bids for this project. And I do know that the contractor has been on site. I have not heard back in all candidness. I did ask through our corporate protocol as to what the status of the permit would be. But I do know that we have a contractor that's already looking into this matter. That's the reason why I'm seeking the 60 days as opposed to something of a shorter time frame, because I recognize that it may take some time in order for us to present the permit application and the steps that will follow after that.
Okay, so I'm okay with the 63 days, but at that time, the permit would have to be issued and the work completed.
Do you
Understood.
understand, Ms. Hernandez?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you so much. Thank you, Officer Proto.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Our next case is on page 30. It's a hearing to impose fines with Inspector Karen Proto. For case number CE 200300418, case address 2650 Northwest 21st Street, owner Margaret Walker McCutcheon. This case was first heard on 10/14/2020 to comply by 11/18/2020. 3 sections complied at $25 per day, $5,700 accrued, and the city is requesting $580.
It's Inspector Proto on behalf of the city. Case number and address is read into the records.
Karen, 1 second, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you please raise your right hand? Ms. Walker?
Hello?
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear in affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Karen.
Inspector Proto on behalf of the city. Case number and address was read into the records. The case first came to Magistrate on October 14, 2020, where the evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. The violations were first cited on March 10, 2020. 9 inspections were done on the property. The case is now in compliance. It's in the position of the city that the fines be waived, although we are requesting admin cost of $580.
Okay, Ms. McCutcheon, are you in agreement with the waiver of the fines of $5,700 and only paying city costs of $580?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you very much. Good
Thank you,
luck.
Ms. Walker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They're gonna send something in the mail?
Yes, they will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 42 with Captain Robert Kasarwich. Case number FC 200-90010. Case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. owner, Thor Gallery, a Beach Place LLC. This case was first heard on 12/9/2020 to comply by 2/9/2021. Fines are due to start on 2/10/2021, and this was in order to reappear.
Good morning, Michael. Can you please unmute your microphone and raise your right hand? Okay.
There we go.
Good morning. Can you please both raise your right hand? Stephen? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
We do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Stephen Tilbrook with Ackerman representing the property owner.
Okay. Good morning, Inspector.
Morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarowicz for Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case number FC 2009-0019 at the property address of 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. As was stated, this is in order to reappear. We were given the property 30 days to come back and to show progress, and I am happy to report that we have seen substantial progress in coming into compliance. We have had full cooperation with management on the property, along with the attorneys and the contractors involved in this property. We have narrowed this down to, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3. I believe there's only 6 violations currently right now that are still outstanding. This was quite a long, lengthy list of violations that were on there. And it was noted that this wasn't a condition that happened overnight. This was something that has been progressive and has gone on, and it wasn't going to be corrected overnight either. And that this would take quite a period of time in order to come into compliance. At this time, let me turn this over. Maybe Stephen Tilbrook can fill you in on their strategy on bringing the rest of these violations into compliance.
Okay, Mr. Tilbrook, how long do you think it's going to take your client to get the property into compliance?
We've discussed with the city inspector an additional extension of 91 days. We think many of the items can be brought into compliance within 91 days. However, there may be the smoke control system, which is a very complicated matter, may take an additional period of time, but we're happy to come back in 91 days with the progress report and to identify if additional extension is necessary at that time.
Okay, is the inspector satisfied with that 91 days in another order to reappear?
We are, and as we've said, we've had cooperation with them, and we do see progress that's moving forward. So we do appreciate the efforts that have been made, and yes, we will support another 91 days on this.
Okay.
Captain, have you read into the record the violations that are closed, or alternatively the violations that remain outstanding?
The violations that remain outstanding, I could read into the record for right now. And that would be the violation of F-111.1.3 for the smoke control system has not been certified annually by a Broward County licensed test and balance company. Again, as was stated, that is going to be one of the lengthier violations to put into compliance because of the deteriorated condition of the smoke control system. Also, there's NFPA 113.3.1.1. The fire sprinkler system is in need of service. That I anticipate will probably be corrected by the end of this week. They were very near completion with all the work that was done. There was just a few more sprinkler lines that needed to be replaced on that. NFPA 101.7.2.1.8.1, self-closing automatic closing doors do not self-close and latch. Those doors are going to need to be replaced, and it's probably going to be estimated at about 50 fire-rated doors that are going to have to be ordered, permits pulled, and installed. Those doors, I believe Mr. Tilbrook can confirm that there's a contract that's signed for the purchase on, and they're going to go ahead and apply for permit while the lead time takes place in order for those doors to come onto property so that we're not wasting time in applying for a permit only after the doors are arrived. NFPA 101.7.1.3.2.1, there are unpermitted penetrations and openings into or throughout the exit enclosure assembly. Those penetrations have been identified. The contractors have been put on notice in order to have those utilities removed from the stair enclosure and relocated in an alternative route by not passing way through the stair enclosure itself. NFPA 101 7.2.1.4.5.1 exit doors require too much force to open. That is going to follow a suit with the 50 doors to be ordered and to be replaced. That's not anything that can be repaired. That's a complete replacement and part of those 50 doors. And NFPA 1.1.12.1, all required permit inspections are not done and passed. That is for the one single tenant space build out on the 3rd floor for Crystal Ballroom. It's an event facility. They have a licensed contractor that has taken over that project. They have applied for the change of contractor. The permits have been renewed. Inspections are being called in this week, and that is coming into compliance and is hoped to have been in full compliance and that permit closed out by the end of the 91 days.
Okay. Mr. Grosh, do you understand all that has to be done still?
Yes, I do understand it all.
All right, 91 days and in order to reappear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 43. Captain Robert Kasarwich, case number FC20100010, case address 5555 North Federal Highway. Owner Coral Ridge Presbyterian Church, Inc. This case was first heard on 11/19/2020. To comply by 2/9/2021, fines are due to start on 2/10/2021, and this was in order to reappear. Good morning, Michael. Are you raising your hand because you are signed in for this case? Michael?
Hi, yes, I'm here in reference to the case CE 2009.
I'm sorry. Could you please hold? When we called the case, you raised your hand, so we were assuming that you wanted to speak on behalf of the current case.
Oh, no.
That's one moment. We'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Andrew. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
And good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarwich with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. This is an order to reappear for case number FC 201-00010 for the property address of 5555 North Federal Highway. We have seen substantial progress also in coming into compliance in this case, so they are moving forward with their licensed contractors on taking care of the red tag issues that have been occurrent on this property for a number of years now. Sprinkler heads have been replaced within all the enclosed areas that are in there. The only thing that is outstanding appears to be issues with the sprinkler heads on the exterior overhangs, including the loading dock. I did reach out to the licensed contractor for this job out there to get an update. They were able to provide quite an extensive list of the things that they have corrected. So that was good to see. And I think at this point, we would be in favor of 63 days in order for them to come up with a business decision as to what avenue they want to take in bringing the rest of the sprinkler system into full compliance by having the work done that would remove the red tag deficiencies that were currently cited on the system.
Okay, Mr. Nichols, are you in agreement with 63 days to bring the property into compliance?
So I met with Mr. Kasarwich yesterday to discuss the status of our violations. Obviously, as he said, we've shown that we're willing to take steps to correct those safety issues. in my opinion, fixing the external or the exterior heads is not the best investment into our fire system for sustainable future for a building like ours that's so unique. We're about to launch into a $15 million restoration campaign for our campus. And for us, it would be beneficial if the fire department would help us decide how to invest in creating a sustainable system into the future. As you see, yesterday I sent in notice from our architect that the fire system is in the process of being evaluated with copies of the proposed plans for renovation, which would eliminate a large number of the sprinkler heads in question. So there's a total of 61 total heads in violation that would remain in place following the construction. So I'd like to propose that we can fix those 61 heads immediately within the 60-day period. And then for the remaining heads, which would be demolished in the construction, I would like to request an extension until the day of our groundbreaking, which is scheduled for April 17th, 2022, upon which time the status of the project would be evaluated. If that time's too long, then I'm requesting a meeting to set for 6 months to ensure the construction project is progressing.
Inspector?
At this time, again, the system is still red tag deficiencies, whether it's one head or it's the 120 that are existing, or somewhere in that neighborhood of the number. I haven't quite added them up completely, but there is an extensive report on the number. Andrew, you can probably have the total number of heads, is that correct? Of what needs to be currently, or that's cited right now that needs to be replaced?
It's, I don't know exactly, but maybe around 150 or so.
I was thinking 120, but yeah, right.
Maybe it's 120. So about half of them we could go ahead and replace because they will remain after construction. And then I'd like to see us, hold off on the other ones because they'll be demolished.
And right now, the licensed contractor, he's unable to clear those deficiencies and issue a clean report on the certification of the sprinkler system until those heads have been replaced. And until I have a certification from a licensed contractor, whether the church decides to use their current licensed contractor or maybe obtain services of another licensed contractor that's willing to accept the responsibility of those corroded heads, it's still going to be a violation that exists.
Okay, I'm inclined to grant 63 days, and then you're going to have to make a decision on whether you want to remain in violation until you get your construction done. And I'm going to order a reappear to make sure where we stand and to see how much work's been done.
Andrew, is there any time frame in the future that you see right now where I've seen the conceptual drawings that you guys have presented, but at what point do you think you guys will actually have architectural drawings that will be available to be submitted for a permit for this project?
We'll have drawings probably by September of this year.
Okay.
So we're currently in fundraising mode. So we're raising the $15 million in funding. And then the next phase would be finalizing all of the actual architectural plans. So at this time, we just have the preliminary concepts.
Correct. Okay.
All right, I'm going to give you 63 days, and in order to reappear, and you're going to have to make, your own internal decisions because the property will still be in violation if you only repair 61 heads. So I will see you in 63 days, and you're going to give me an update at that time.
If I'm able to prove that there's progress on the construction architectural concept, is that something that would then allow it to be extended further?
Well, it would depend on what the plan is, because you'll still be in violation. I can't wait till 2023. This is the fire hazard.
2022.
Well, that's when you're telling me you're going to break ground. You still have fundraising to do, et cetera. That's not a guaranteed date. So, I can't it's a fire hazard, a safety issue. So that's really not acceptable.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, I fully understand we can't receive that green or yellow tag. My problem is Dynafire, which is our registered contractor, nor the fire department has been able to actually explain why those are a potential danger. The building was built in 1974, expanded in 1989. The usage of those spaces of what they were originally intended for and coded for originally have changed over time. And so I haven't been under the impression that it is a substantial fire hazard to our property. Otherwise, we would absolutely make sure that those things were changed. But on the other hand, I understand that we are out of code compliance.
Okay, all right.
So I'd love to work with the fire department to come up with a solution so that we're not investing in something that's just going to be demolished, you know, in a year or two.
Well, I'm sure the fire inspector will work with you if you come up with a plan that he can get behind. But, you know, at this point, we have no plan. So you're going to have to figure it out in 63 days, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Farias Leonardo, please check your email as we have requested additional documentation from you before you can be heard at the hearing today. So we're going to lower your hand. We did check. We have not received the required documentation for you to be heard at the hearing today. So please check your email and reply with the requested documentation. Additionally, Mr. Green, we do see your hand up. Your case is going to be called shortly. Our next case is on page 39 with Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 19071349. Case address 2828 Southwest 4th Court, owner 1110 Real Estate LLC, in care of TDCPA PC. This case was first heard on 3/5/2020 to comply by 3/19/2020, suspended 3/20/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section complied at $50 per day, $6,450 accrued. This is a request, the city's requesting to vacate the order of 1/12/21 and rehear for the city's requested fines of $948.
Good morning, Ian. Can you please raise your right hand? Can you hear me? Ian?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand?
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I'm sorry?
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Dorian, go ahead.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Cologne, City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 1907-1349. Case address is 2828 Southwest 4 Court. This case came before the Special Magistrate on March 5th, 2020, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city, given 14 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day per violation thereafter. And there was an extension given between March 20th, 2020 and September 4th, 2020 due to the pandemic. This case is in compliance, and I just want to kind of touch base. It was actually just one wall of the exterior that was not completed. So the property owner was unaware of it, according to our conversation. So being that it was just kind of missed and that the rest of the house was painted, the city would be willing to, we're requesting administrative costs of $948.
Okay. Mr. Benjamin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you in agreement with the reduction in fines, the waiver of fines, and city costs of $948 would be all that you owe?
Yes, ma'am. I accept it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 9. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 20030284. Case address 2323 Northwest 12th Court. Owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC, in care of Havenbrook Homes. Property posted 1/12/21, posted at City Hall 126/21.
Good morning, Leonardo. Can you please raise your right hand?
Sure.
Do
Can you see me?
I can. We can.
All right.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 2003-0284. Property address 2323 Northwest 12th Court. The property was inspected on March 8th, 2020, and the following violations were observed. Violations 9-305B. The landscape on the property is not being well maintained in a neat and orderly appearance. There is missing and dead ground cover on the property and the swale area. Violation 9-304B. There are vehicles, there are vehicles that were parked on the grass and the gravel of the driveway. The property has not been maintained. There are areas of the gravel that are missing and worn through and have grass growing through it. 9306 has complied. An inspection report was posted on the property on March 8th, 2020. I re-inspected the property on April 9th, 2020. A notice of hearing was posted to the property on January 12th, 2020. As a pre-hearing inspection on February 7th, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 34 days or 25 days thereafter for each violation.
$45.
$25 a day.
Okay. Mr. Ferrars?
Yeah.
Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 34 days or face a fine of $25 a day?
Yes. We already requested 2 codes to correct the violations, and we should be done very soon with this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 15. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 20040039. Case address 644 Northwest 15 Terrace, numbers 1 through 2. Owner Quan Chi Ching. Property posted 13021. Posted at City Hall 12621.
Good morning, sir. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 2004-0039. Reference the property 644 Northwest 15 Terrace. The subject property was originally cited on April 4, 2020 by Officer Roberta Jones for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, there is a vehicle parked on the grass lawn area. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its soil. A reinspection was performed on December 8, 2020 by myself and found that the property remained in violation. The property was then referred to a magistrate hearing at that time. A notice of hearing was posted on the property by Officer Mike Jordan on January 30th, 2021. A reinspection of the property was done on February 8th, 2021, and the property was observed to remain in violation as the photos depict. The city is requesting 34 days for compliance or $100 per day per violation, fine to be imposed.
Okay, Mr. Chiang?
Yes, Your Honor. And I do apologize, Mr. Garcia. I just got this notice last week, and this is the first time that I heard of these violations. Is that me?
Mr. Chiang, can you bring the property into compliance within 34 days?
Yes, ma'am. And actually, would I be able to get maybe 45 days? Because I actually have a tenant who's moving out, and that's where all these issues are coming from, and he's moving out in the next 2 weeks or so. So I'm just asking maybe for a little more time, maybe 45 days. Once he moved out, I can get everything cleaned up and up to code. And just a little backstory, I went to Salvation Army, through this program where we take a lot of homeless folks off the street and put them in housing. So, I've been having some issues with this renter because, he's having a tough time transitioning from homeless to now, having a set home. But I'm just requesting maybe 45 days so I can have time to get all that cleaned up and back to code. And I do apologize on that delay. I wasn't aware of all these violations because I actually just bought this property in September of last year. And so that's why I'm a little surprised to find out that there's a violation since April of last year. But that was before I purchased this property, and my intention is to 100% get it back up to code. And I do apologize for the issue that's been there.
Okay, all right. Anything else from the inspector?
Your Honor, I do not oppose to the 45 days. Mr. Chang, I do ask that you give me a call maybe next week. I'd like to also meet with you at the property and maybe kind of go over everything so we're both on the same page.
Oh, absolutely, Inspector Garcia. Actually, my intention was to give you a call on Sunday when you were going out there. But I had an 8-year-old and he had the sniffle, so we went and got some COVID tests yesterday. But I can tell you I'm negative, so I'm happy to meet with you anytime that's good for you. So I'll give you a buzz and we can coordinate that. Thank you very much for your help.
Not a problem, sir. Thank you.
According to my calendar, that's 49 days. So you'll have to bring the property into compliance in 49 days.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I will do it.
Our next case is on page 16. Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE20060752, case address 3150 Southwest 17th Street. Owner, Phu Tran and Trang Thuy An Tran. Personal service was provided to this property on 1/13/21 and posted at City Hall on 1/26/21.
Do we have a respondent for this case?
Yes, he's a call-in respondent, so we're trying to walk him through it now.
Thank you.
Okay, so due to a language barrier, the respondent continues to hang up the phone as soon as we bring him into the room. So we will try to call him back and then recall the case. So our next case is on page 19. We're seeing Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE20091014. Case address 3900 Southwest 12th Place. Owner PHA Group LLC. Property posted 1/17/21. Posted at City Hall 1/26/21. Good morning, Joan and Sia. Please unmute yourselves and start your videos.
Hi, good morning. Let me start the video.
Joan and Sia, we still do not see you.
Can you unmute your microphone, Joan?
Odd. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
Good. Okay.
Good morning, Joan, Sia. Can you please both raise your right hand? Sia, can you hear me?
They disappeared.
Okay. Morning. Can you please both raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? We can't hear you, sir.
Good morning, sir. If you can hear us, we cannot hear you. So please check your microphone settings. Joan, are you there? Can you hear us?
Now my video isn't.
Joan, I sent you a request to start video. Please press yes on a dialog box that populates on your screen.
I don't. Can you see me now?
No, we can't. There you go.
Joan, can you please?
No.
See me now, right?
No, your camera is now off.
Well, the light's on and I'm seeing my video. Can't imagine what's wrong.
Joan, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, Manny.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 2009-1014. This is in reference to the property 3900 Southwest 12th Place. The subject property was originally cited on September 25th, 2020 for the following violations: 18-4C, which is complied, 9-305B, for the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280H1, which is complied. 9-304B, the driveways on this property are in need of maintenance. During a re-inspection of the property on October 18, 2020, it was determined that the violations remained on the property and a final notice request was submitted to administration. Upon the re-inspection on December 9, 2020, the property was again found in violation and a request for hearing was submitted. The notice of hearing was posted on the property on January 17th of 2021. A re-inspection of the property was performed on February 7th, 2021, and the property was found to remain in violation as the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 21 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day for each violation.
Okay, who's speaking on behalf of the property owner?
I am. But now my microphone, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I can hear you, but I can't see you. But if can you hear me? This is Magistrate Flynn.
I can hear you and see you. I don't understand what's going on between my camera and my microphone, but I just wanted to help clarify a few things regarding this non-compliance of this property.
All right, okay. Are you willing to bring the property into compliance within 21 days? Or is that an issue?
I don't believe it's an issue at this time. We're just trying to finish up. So yeah, that's plenty of time to get finished.
Okay, great. What is this? Is there another witness to be heard from? Okay, all right. All right, 21 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 26. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 2007-1100, case address 735 Northwest 15th Way. Owner, Dorothy Harvey and Pearl Ike, and this is an administrative hearing.
Dorothy, good morning. Please unmute your microphone.
Good morning.
Dorothy, can you please raise your right hand?
Good morning. Raise your hand. Oh, yeah.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Manny.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division presenting case CE 2007-1100, reference the property 735 Northwest 15th Way. Your Honor, following due process and stated by the City of Fort Lauderdale, Officer Roberta Jones posted a 48-hour notice and a red tag on the bulk trash under section 24-7B. There is bulk trash on the right-of-way, not on scheduled date and time. The city removed the trash from the right-of-way on August 5th, 2020, and as per the photos depict, all due diligence was done.
Ms. Harvey? Ms. Harvey, can you hear me?
Yes, I didn't hear you at that time, but I hear you now.
Okay, this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you tell me why this property was not picked up within the time allowed?
I don't know on the day of the bunk day, the day before, when the limbs were laid out there off the tree, we cut the tree. Then the next day, the bunk track, we thought would be a good time to pick it up. So I don't know what happened, but they said that, they said I was in violation.
That's correct. Can you see the pictures? It's more than just, clippings from your landscape.
From the landscape. Yes, ma'am, I see.
Yeah, it's much more than that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. But, okay, so can you tell me a reason why this wasn't picked up timely?
I don't live at that property. I keeps it up. And I live a long ways out, and I always continue to see about it. It's always maintained. Or, goes back to see that it's kept up properly.
Yeah, I said, I understand that, but if you don't live there, you're still required to pick up,
That I know people does things. They does throw stuff there from the back to the front. They just and go there and clean it up. You go back, they still go back and throw stuff there. I understand. Yes, ma'am, they does that.
Yeah, I understand, and I'm sorry for that, but as a property owner, it's still your responsibility to pick it up. So
yes, it's maintained because I'm between people that own houses and apartments there, and they go over and pick up, and they say they rake up and they keep it maintained as much as possible. But the people still comes at the late of the night and they throw stuff out, you know, and they come through there and they throw stuff, dump stuff.
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure out how you can inspect that property more frequently in order to be able to remove that kind of stuff.
I appreciate you all so very much because I understand you all the city and you've been very kind and nice to me. And each and everybody there, but in between with all of this, you know, going on, I'm telling you, front and back, because it's on the back side where that tree at. I was thinking about to ask you all about, could I put a no dumping sign there, or what can I do?
Well, you're gonna have to inspect the property more frequently, or send somebody, or have someone in the area call you if somebody dumps something illegal so that you can get it. Because you will be held responsible because it's your property. That's just
yes,
the way
ma'am. You're right. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
all right.
ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey.
Thank you all.
Take care.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
And you.
Our next case is on page 33. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 200300572. Case address 3150 Southwest 20th Street. Owners Stephen and Terry McLaren. Case was first heard on 10/14/2020 to comply by 11/18/2020. 3 sections complied at $100 per day, $11,700 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Manny, go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. I just want to point out that the photos that are being shown are not the correct photos of the property.
Okay.
This is in reference to address 3150 Southwest 20th Street. I'll begin while the photos are being uploaded. Good morning, Your Honor. This is Senior Officer Manny Garcia on behalf of the city in reference to the case number CE 200300572 located at the property 3150 Southwest 20th Street. This case first came before the special magistrate on October 14th of 2021, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on March 17th of 2020. A total of 13 inspections were made on the property, and at this time, the case is in compliance. It is a position of the city that fines be imposed as read, but if the magistrate is inclined to reduce these fines, we would like to point out that the administrative costs have been incurred by the city in a total of $764.
Okay, Mr. McLaren,
Yes.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you tell me why it took so long to bring this property into compliance?
As far as, well, that pressure, I had to get my pressure cleaner working. I pressure cleaned. So in the picture I see, I'm looking at, see the white van had mildew on it, whatever. Anyway, and then on the left side of the house, of course, there's a planter that was mildew. But I pressure cleaned all the concrete and that. And then there was peeling paint underneath that front window, kitchen air conditioner a little bit. And I scraped that and repainted it. The white van, and behind the white van, there is I had an 87, it was an antique, 87 GTA Trans Am I had on a tarp over, and it had flat tires, whatever. And that white van and that other one, the Trans Am, need work, but I was planning on, because I retired, I quit working January a year ago. I got a bad hip, and all I'm doing is getting Social Security. I was planning on working on those and then turn around and selling them. Well, anyway, so then this happened. And so I had the painting taken care of, whatever. But then I talked to Mr. Garcia. He said, you know, about the vehicles. I go, well, I didn't realize that, you know, I know, okay, they're derelict anyway. But I was planning on working on those. So it's something that I could make some little extra money by turning around and selling them. Anyway, I was pressured, nervous and all that. Finally, I just started calling. I called the tow people up. I just had them tow the dang white van out. They paid me $200 for it. And then the antique, I finally decided, oh shit, I ain't got enough time to do anything about it. So I called the tow truck company up. I just had them tow that out. And I had flat tires on that boat. So I pumped them up. Well, I ended up having to go out. I bought 2 brand new tires and rims for that, put that on there. So I got rid of all the vehicles and everything. And I got the painting taken care of and all, but, you know, and pressure cleaned the whole front and all that. So I took care of everything. But when I had him come out, you know, I missed the meeting in October because I lost track of time, you know, the date and all that crap. And I don't know how to get on Zoom. At least I got on there this time. You know, I've never done that before, but did that. And so I missed it. So then when he came out, I finally came out in November, I think it was. And I said, well, I'm going to need more time about these vehicles. He said, well, so he gave me the number to call because I wanted to talk to the magistrate. Well, I called and I couldn't get a hold of the magistrate because I said, you know, I need more time. But anyway, so then I just went ahead with everything and I just finally got rid of it all.
Okay, I'm going to give you a benefit of the doubt that you've done your best, and I'm going to reduce it to city costs of $764.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, bye.
Our next case is on page 33 for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE-2001-0501. Case address 3521 Riverland Road, owner Zulfikar Laka. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 5/21/2020, suspended 5/22/2020 to 9/4/2020. One section not complied at $100 per day, $15,800 accrued, and this is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Miles. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much. 1 second, Manny.
We also have other people here for this case.
Yes, I know. Just give me a minute, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Charles, please unmute your microphone.
Good morning.
Mr. Fields,
Yes, good morning.
are you here for 2001-0501?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, Charles and Robert. Can you please raise your right hand?
Bye.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thanks, Robert. Go ahead, Manny.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Officer Manny Garcia on behalf of the city. Case number CE-2001-0501, located at 3521 Riverland Road. This case first came before the special magistrate on February 20th, 2020, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on January 10th, 2020. At this time, the case is not in compliance, and it is the position of the city that fines be imposed as read.
Okay, who's speaking on behalf of the property owner?
I will. Charles Fields.
Hello, no, Miles. Miles?
Yes. Miles Slam on behalf of Charles Fields, the property owner.
Why is
Your
it
Honor,
compliance, Mr. Shalom?
the client is Charles Fields. It's stated on there as Laka Zulfikar. He's the actual property owner.
Okay.
Charles Fields
Why
has.
is the property in compliance?
Okay, Your Honor, we were here back in February 20th of 2020. And Mr. Fields at that time was working to get into compliance by being accredited by FAR. That's the Florida Association of Recovery Residences. Immediately after that hearing, he was in contact with FAR and actually signed a code of ethics with them. I actually spoke with the director of FAR yesterday, and everything was on track at that point. However, we got hit with the whole COVID situation very shortly after that hearing. And at that point, FAR completely stopped doing their home inspections, which needed to be conducted before he could, Mr. Fields could get certification for his home, which we needed. And, everything else he was doing, he needed to get fingerprints done. The fingerprints had gone stale, and there wasn't a single law enforcement agency doing fingerprints during the whole COVID situation. I believe he can now that FAR is back operating and they're issuing temporary certifications, and they're doing virtual home visits at this point. And we believe we can get him certified, within 60 days at this point. But we had no idea that fines were being imposed as of September, I believe, Mr. Garcia said. He's done everything so far. I mean, he had to get administrators hired as part of the deal with FAR. So I personally have interviewed 4 different people for the job, and Mr. Fields has 2 people that he's hired for this position. So these were all we're just waiting on this home visit to be done by FAR. And I talked to the director yesterday, and he said they are just now getting back to doing their home visitations. So, I mean, we're working on this, and, I believe, the whole issue is just that he's been a sober home. I mean, Mr. Fields has been doing this work for like 15 years. Now, I personally know him from my days working in drug court in Broward County, and he's helped a lot of the clients in drug court, taking people that had no place else to go. And, at this point, it was really just, it was the COVID thing that happened. I mean, literally right after our last hearing. And I'm just asking that we just be granted a little more time. And I will keep in contact with Mr. Garcia, Officer Garcia, and make sure that we get, at least a temporary certification within the next 60 days, if that's okay.
Your Honor.
1 second, please. Before we continue, Mr. Laka, can you please unmute your microphone so I can swear you in?
Hello, hi.
Can you please raise your right hand?
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, does the inspector have any objection to the requested 60-day extension, which would be 63 days on my end?
Your Honor, there's no objection in regards to the voluntary compliance efforts that are being made by the property and their attorneys. I just do want something to be pointed out and for it to go on record that the city requires both the certification from FAR and also they need to go through a process with the city of Fort Lauderdale regarding the zoning approval and also a business tax license. So please, I would want them to take that into consideration if they can get that all done within the 60 days that they're requesting.
I thought that it was either or, that the FAR certification was an exemption from the city planning board, unless I'm mistaken on that.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Miles, the FAR certification is a piece of documentation that you need for submittal to the city of Fort Lauderdale. The city of Fort Lauderdale needs to have their part done in regards to be able to provide you with a certification for operational use.
Okay, well, we'll get everything squared away. I mean, I have a list here, and you know, as of now, it's just we're pretty much just waiting on FAR to do this visit, and then we'll have all the paperwork in and I'll talk to the city and see what else they need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
63 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next cases are on page 20 and 23 with Inspector Will Snyder. The first case is case number CE20070337, case address 555 Antioch Avenue. Owner Bayshore Concepts LLC, property posted 11121 and posted at City Hall 12621. It appears the attorney left the room. So we'll call the case on page 22 for Inspector Will Snyder. I'm sorry, hold on, Will. We may have alternative counsel. Corey?
Yes, hi. I'm sorry. Did you call for PJK?
No, we did not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. That's for a lien reduction. I guess while I have you, are we at the lien reductions yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So our next case is on page 22, case number CE20090644, case address 422 Mola Avenue, owner Bank Rio Servicing LLC, property posted 11121, posted at City Hall 12621.
Brandy, good morning.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Mr. Green?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Will, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 200906444 for the property located at 422 Mola Avenue. This property was first inspected September 17, 2020, and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or swale. This case was brought into compliance February 4, 2021. 47-19.5.E.7. The fence of this property is in disrepair. There are deteriorated and missing sections along the fence line. The city is requesting 35 days to correct the remaining violation or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
this is Magistrate Flynn. Can you bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
Absolutely not a problem. We already did the grass and debris. I just took it over as an agent for the bank on January 6th. So I was on top of the grass and I'm actually working on the fence. The front of it was repaired. The fence company said they are going to fix the side of the fence, but 35 days is more than fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you. Is that it? Can I go?
Yes, you can go now.
So 35 days from today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You guys have a great day. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Will. Nice to finally see you.
Thanks.
Our next case on page 22, case number CE 201200053. Case address 418 Mola Avenue, owner John Evans, property posted 11121, posted at City Hall 12621.
Just had it.
Sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 201200053 for the property located at 418 Mola Avenue. The property was first inspected December 3rd, 2020, and given 10 days to correct for the following violation. 47-19.3H. There's a watercraft docked adjacent to this residential property in such a position that it causes it to extend beyond the side setback lines. City is requesting 14 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay. Mr. Evans,
Yes, ma'am.
do you agree to bring the property into compliance within 14 days?
The property is already in compliance. I've moved to the boat. So it is in compliance, but I understand that the city inspector was not able to inspect prior to this hearing today. So I would prefer not to have to come to another hearing within 14 days, but the violation has been corrected.
Okay, he'll go out in the next 14 days and comply it, and then you will not have to appear at another hearing.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Mr. Snyder. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 21. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 20080233. Case address 532 Hendricks Isle, owner Bexa LLC, property posted 111-2021, posted at City Hall 12621.
Good morning, Mr. Del Rio. Please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 200080233 for the property located at 532-534 Hendricks Isle. This property was first inspected on August 7, 2020, and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 9-313A. The property is not identified by approved address numbers. This violation was brought into compliance January 28, 2021. 9-280H1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. 9-308B. There is debris, trash, and other element which is not there's debris, trash, or another element which is not a permanent fixture of the roof. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soffits, and balconies are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and or peeling paint. And 18-12A, there's overgrown trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or swale. The city is requesting 35 days to correct the violations or fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Okay, Mr. Del Rio?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is Magistrate Flynn. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
I have the fence and the debris and the plants have been brought into compliance. That was last week. I wanted to, I've already have a permit for construction. I already had the first round of comments. So in the next 3 to 4 months, I will be granted that construction permit. Therefore, I need to demolish the place. So my request is if I can, if I obtain that demolition permit in the next 30 days, will that be okay?
Do you have the demo permit number?
No, yet.
Okay, so there's no application actually.
No application. I just received the last offer, the last budget from the demolition company last Friday. So they finally got the number I wanted. With that, I will be able to request that permit and then cut power, everything that has to be done to get the permit and then do the demolition.
Okay. Any further recommendation from the city in light of this information?
Not really, Your Honor. I've had discussions with the gentleman before, and the permit application still isn't on our system. I guess the only thing I would amend is maybe 28 days to come into compliance in order to reappear.
Okay.
Or 28 days, I guess, to obtain the permit and in order to reappear to maybe seek extension if he's able to.
Yes,
one.
That would be great if that's granted.
28 days in order to reappear.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Will.
You're welcome. And if he doesn't get the permit, then $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Understood.
All right, I'll see you on my next, in 28 days on my next docket.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 20. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 20070337. Case address 555 Antioch Avenue. Owner Bayshore Concepts LLC. Property posted 11121. Posted at City Hall 12621.
Good morning, Courtney. Please unmute your microphone and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20070337 for the property located at 555 Antioch Avenue. This property was first inspected July 14, 2020, given 14 days to correct for the following violations. 9-305A. There is growth of landscape material encroaching upon the public right-of-way. This violation was brought into compliance July 30th, 2020. 9-304B. There are vehicles parked on the grass and lawn area. The city is improperly parked on the grass and lawn area, excuse me. The city is requesting 35 days to correct the remaining violation or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Good afternoon, Ms. Crush.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We appreciate the we would appreciate the 35 days in order to correct the city. This is construction parking for the Four Seasons Hotel, and in working with the zoning administrator, we're putting in a site, essentially a construction parking site plan, and we believe we can accomplish that within 30-ish days.
Okay, thank you very much. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 20120627. Case address 501 Orton Avenue, owner Grand Palm Plaza LLC. Property posted 11321, posted at City Hall 12621.
what page?
23.
22? 23, okay.
Oh, I can go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20120627 for the property located at 501 Orton Avenue. This property was first inspected on December 17, 2020, and given 10 days to correct for the following violation. Thank you. 25-4, there is a dumpster obstructing the sidewalk at this location. The city is requesting 14 days to correct or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay, Ms. Crush?
Your Honor, Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner, we would appreciate the 14 days. We have the owner's team has removed the dumpster, and we've advised Inspector Snyder so that he can re-inspect.
Okay, thank you very much. So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 20090861. Case address 3022 Northeast 26th Street. Owner Jeffrey Finster. Property posted 11321. Posted at City Hall 12621.
No, I just took a photo of it. Here.
Yeah. It's John Riley. Or at least I think it is.
Good morning, Jeffrey. Please unmute your microphone. Good morning. Could you please all raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Do.
I didn't hear you, Michael.
Yes.
Thank you. And John?
I don't know where is John here?
Good afternoon, John. If you can hear us, we can't hear you. So please check your microphone. If not, I advise you use the call-in feature so that you can contribute to the hearing.
You can go ahead, Will.
Go ahead.
Do they need to be sworn in first?
They already were.
Oh, I didn't even hear it. Okay. Good afternoon. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 2009-0861 for property located at 3022 Northeast 26th Street. Property was first inspected September 23rd, 2020, given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 9-308B. The roof at this property is not maintained and is dirty and or stained with mildew. This violation was brought into compliance on October 27, 2020. 9-306, the exterior building parts have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. And 47-19.3F4. The seawall at this property is in disrepair. All property owners must maintain their seawalls in good repair. Seawall is presumed to be in disrepair if it allows for upland erosion, transfer of material through the seawall, or allows tidal waters to flow unimpeded through the seawall to adjacent properties or the public right-of-way. The city is requesting 70 days to correct the remaining violations or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Okay, Mr. Fenster?
I guess John is not here, so I'll have to sort of represent myself. In any event, the home has been contracted for sale. I spoke and I advised the will that we had a purchaser who was going to demolish the house. Mr. Yanalos is a representative of the purchaser and the contractor. The actual repair has been, actually the complaint has been complied with. I have painted the house and repaired the soffits. I have also filed a inspection report. I had an engineer and a group dive beneath the seawall. It's stable. There are only minor repairs, and I understand under the ordinance you have a year to get the process started. And much to my pleasure and surprise, we have a purchaser who Mr. Yanalos represents, who wishes to demolish the property within the next month after he closes and construct a beautiful new home and reconstruct the seawall. I think John spoke with the city attorney about the situation. I don't know what the conversations were, but we had requested that we get a continuance on everything so that Mr. Yanalos can work together. We can pull a demolition permit and then go ahead and, with the city's permission, go ahead and pull the appropriate permits for the new home. So with that, I guess we're requesting an extension of time to pull the permits. And I don't know what John's discussion was with the city attorney. Mr. Yanalos, why don't you tell us what your plans are with regard to the property?
So yeah, and I guess so. I'm Michael Yanalos. I'm with Florida Luxurious Properties, representing the buyer as his realtor, and also I'm with Waterbrook Builders, the construction company. My father, the GC, who will be building the new residence and contracting the work for the new seawall for that'll go around the new residence. We would request that a 90-day extension, and that the fines aren't imposed at the end of that period in some way, so that we can have time. I mean, I already have our demolition checklist ready to go after closing. Mr. Resnick's ready to sign all these documents, ready to submit to the city. What he didn't want is to purchase a property with these pending code issues, and also has, I guess, a little bit of concern that he doesn't want the existing code violations to require correction when he intends to apply for a demolition permit and tear down the property, satisfying those code issues, by that. And also wants some type of, I guess, something in this hearing, if someone could give him confidence about that these code violations are not going to impede his ability to apply for a demo permit in order to correct them, kind of get trapped in this circle. He just wants that confirmation from, on the record, if it's possible.
So I just to comment, we all want the same thing. And we want to demolish the property, go and build a fabulous new home, do away with the code issues. And if we can get a 90-day extension on any issues, we would be very pleased. I think everyone will walk away with the goal achieved.
So, Mr. Fenster, if I may, and Your Honor, for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. I did have conversations with Mr. Fenster's counsel, suggesting more time. What I had requested, and unfortunately we were supposed to be heard last week, but a hearing docket was canceled. I wanted the buyer present or buyer's representative present. What the buyer's representative though is telling me is a little bit different it's just going to be a little bit different than council and I discussed. There is a violation at the property. We cannot say that there is not a violation of the property. We can allow time, 60 or 90 days, because there's going to be a change in ownership to come into compliance. But there's still a finding of a violation today. Additionally, and I emphasized this several times with Mr. Aurelius, that we appreciate that the buyer is coming in. He's going to demolish the property and make a beautiful new residence, but that only complies part of the violation. And I emphasize that very specifically. There's still the seawall issue. So the demolition, there's 3 components to the violation. The first 2, a demolition would cure those violations. Obviously, there's not going to be any structure if it's a complete demolition, but they would still need to comply with the seawall being in disrepair. So, again, we're happy to help facilitate additional time, but again, to sort of address the buyer's rep, I mean, there is the city would still be requesting a finding of a violation, just allowing, again, 90 days to come into compliance. And obviously that is subject to further extensions and continuances as long as the new owner is showing positive progress towards curing the 3 components.
City be satisfied if I grant them 91 days and in order to reappear, so we could check the status of everything then.
That would be great. And one thing I want to clarify is we will also, within this time frame, when we submit for the demolition permit or shortly thereafter, we'll also submit the permit for the new dock, seawall, and piles as well. So I'm just confirming that on the record.
Any objection from the city for that?
Your Honor, this is a new violation, so it would be a finding of a violation and then giving the property owner, old/new, the 90 days to come into compliance.
Just in response, first of all, there is no violation. I read the ordinance very clearly. I have a seawall inspection which has been filed. Very minor repairs, so minor that a permit is not even necessary. Having said that, I hesitated to do the repairs knowing that the seawall would be built. Under the ordinance, and the way I read the ordinance, a permit is not necessary. You have to show that you're making progress toward achieving the goal. That's all that's required by the ordinance. There's no requirement for a permit. And my fear is that if we have a finding of a violation, that the purchaser will not proceed with the transaction. So my suggestion to Your Honor would be, if you would be so kind, first of all, there is no seawall violation. We have filed the engineering report. We are in compliance based upon that report. So I think that in order to make all the parties happy, the best thing to do would be to extend, just give us a continuance without a finding so that we can achieve the goals that everybody wants. My fear is if there's a finding, it's going to hinder the closing, and then we're going to be back here and perhaps we won't have a transaction. So
when is the closing, Mr. Fenster?
Tomorrow.
If the buyer is satisfied with the hearing today, he will close tomorrow. What I want to make clear and clarify is that I don't want the 90 days to expire and if the work's not complete, 100% complete at that time, that then fines would be imposed. We will be in for the demolition permit, like I said, as soon as we close on the property and they can accept the permit with the new owner's name on it. And then we'll diligently work on the design of the seawall and dock in order to submit that permit shortly thereafter, but would request that no fines be imposed at the end of that 90-day period, that it's a reappearance, as was mentioned earlier, to check on the status of the project.
First of all, I mentioned that as long as positive progress is made, extensions and continuances can be granted by the magistrate. That's number one. And then number two, we would have to have a hearing. The law requires a hearing to impose any fines. So at the end of the 90 days, there wouldn't be fines imposed. We would have to have a hearing for that. And again, as long as reasonable progress is being made, which is what I stated earlier, if the new property owner is not in full compliance within a certain time frame, there's still obviously ample opportunity to get additional time from the magistrate.
And yes, Your Honor, and I just want to clarify as well, you can see from the photos, it's clearly a violation because the erosion is taking place through the seawall. That was already been established. I think that there's a little bit of confusion about whatever people's intentions are here. We just asked for 70 days to show progress on one of the violations, and in order to reappear, so we can observe to see if there's going to be progress on the repair of the seawall, which is in violation and which does require a permit to show progress, because I'm not a scuba diver. I can't go down in the water and check it myself. So the permit, we use the permit to verify that they're actually taking the steps necessary to repair the seawall.
Okay.
So there's no conflict of interest. The violations they do exist. They existed before the property was ever even listed. So what we're asking for again is we can even extend it to 91 days. That wouldn't be a problem. We can ask for 91 days to bring the violation into compliance, and in order to reappear, so that way we could check the progress of the remaining violation. And if at that time there is progress, there's a permit application in the system, we'll ask for another extension. And it won't be a problem and fines won't accrue and everybody would be happy.
So just so I understand, we're all going to work together to help Sir build his house, demolish it, and obtain the proper permits. And if we need more time, Your Honor, we'll all work together and come before you and ask you if need be, would like to work with the city attorney to work together on this issue. So,
my thing is everyone being diligent. As long as everyone's being diligent, I will be favorable to more extensions.
Okay.
For sure.
And how long is that extension? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
91 days.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you, everyone.
Up here, yes.
Our next case is on page 25. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 20120920, case address 301 Isle of Capri Drive, owner Louis Westine, property posted 11321, posted at City Hall 12621.
Morning, Jennifer. Please unmute your microphone.
Good morning.
And please raise your right hand as well. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20120920 for the property located at 301 Isle of Capri Drive. The property was first inspected December 29, 2020, and given 10 days to correct for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or the swale. This is a recurring violation. The previous case is CE 20090345. This case is being presented to the special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact regardless of any achieved compliance. As of this time, this violation section remains open. 24-27B, there are waste containers left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back to an approved location behind the building line. The city is requesting 7 days to correct both violations or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
7.
7.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Wetstein, can you please tell me if you're willing to bring this property into compliance within 7 days?
Yes, Your Honor. So this property is being rented out, and the tenants told me that it was in compliance. I thought that everything had been resolved. So maybe I'm just having trouble understanding. Like when I see this picture of February 4th, that's not that, like, I guess maybe I'm having a problem understanding what the issue is, because part of the swale belongs to the city of Fort Lauderdale and part of it belongs to us.
My understanding is you're still responsible to maintain it. Is that correct, Inspector?
Yeah, the swale area generally belongs to the city of Fort Lauderdale because it's for drainage. But there's an agreement that you can't just leave trash in the swale. And it's like this all across the city. Landscape debris is included. I showed the pictures from February 4th of the palm fronds that were just left there. Most of it has been cleared as far as the overgrowth and debris goes, but there was still some left in the swale, and the trash carts were completely ignored. They've been in the same place the entire, duration of the case.
So is that, so just so that I can be clear and I can communicate to them, so the trash cans are not allowed to be in my driveway?
No, they're not.
Okay.
Yeah, at least maybe on collection day you can leave them there, but once they've been collected and emptied, you have to bring them back. I recommend just pulling them back inside the white gate.
Okay.
And just setting them off to the side. And, it's not going to save anybody a lot of time to just move them 20 feet for collection, So
No,
just
of course.
advise them, to bring them back behind the white gate and just to continue to do that in the future.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear, so the trash cans cannot be in the driveway at all, and so we don't have anywhere to put them unless they're put in the garage. So if they're put behind the white gate there, that's okay, that's in compliance, correct?
Yeah, for the most part, they would be adequately, I think, screened from view from the public right of way, and they'd be behind the building line. So you can either put them in the garage or you could put them behind that white gate off to, as we're looking at, it would be the right side of the property. I think that's the north side.
Okay, yeah, and no, that's a reasonable request. And then everything else is okay? I mean, everything else has been addressed? Yeah,
for the most part. There were some palm fronds that were left in the swale when I went out there on February 4th. They probably left them out there thinking that bulk trash or something might collect soon, but it wasn't the case. So once that small pile has been removed as well, then, the case will be brought into compliance.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll just continue to do, everything that is necessary. We apologize, obviously, Your Honor. We don't want to take the time, your time away having to deal with these matters. I think there's just been a disconnect with the tenants on what they're supposed to be doing, because they thought everything was fine now. They thought everything had been resolved.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 41 with Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE19100292. Case address 108 South Gordon Road. Owners Joseph and Susan Massaro. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to comply by 4/23/2020. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section not complied, $100 per day, $6,700 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Good afternoon, Joseph. Please, start your camera.
Joseph, please start your Mr. Massaro, can you hear us?
Mr. Massaro, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you. Please check the setting on your microphone. If you're having issues with your microphone, I would advise you to use the call-in feature so that you can contribute to the hearing. Joseph?
So we're going to attempt to contact our respondent to help him with his technical difficulties. At this time, are there any other respondents in the room for this morning's hearings whose cases have not been heard, meaning you are not in the room for lien reduction? Please use the raise hand function if you are still in the attendees room and your case is not being heard for lien reduction.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Sandra Cortez. My case number is 1901020.
Sandra?
Yes.
Your case is for lien reduction. We have not started lien reduction as of yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries. Mr. Fields, how can we assist you? You have your hand raised. Mr. Fields, please unmute. How can we assist you?
Pocket dial, I apologize. I do apologize.
No worries. Thank you, sir. Scott, your hand is raised. How can we assist you?
Hello, Magistrate. My case is on page 23. The address is 2506 Castilla Isle. Can anyone hear me?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
My address is 2506 Castilla Isle. My case is on page 23, I believe.
Page 22. 22.
22.
Okay, Scott, we're going to place you on a brief hold while we make sure that we've received your documentation for today's hearing.
Thank you.
Hi, Scott, can you please send a copy of your identification to Special Magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov?
I can. I had done that in order to register for the Zoom meeting.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, where we are currently, we're having technical difficulties. And so we actually just received information from people who signed up on yesterday. So it could be that your information is still being held up due to the technical difficulties. But if you can just send us your ID to Special Magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov, we can move forward.
Yeah, I'll do it immediately as we speak.
This is for 2506 Castillo Isle, right? I heard that correctly?
Yes, well, that is correct. We're just waiting on him to send his identification, and we are also trying to connect with Mr. Massaro as well.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Is the email address Special Magistrate?
Hello?
Yes, Special Magistrate, all one word, Special Magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov. And make sure you spell out the word Fort.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Joseph, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
So, well, this is your case that's on page 41 with Mr. Massaro and the request for an extension. We have him connected.
Good afternoon.
Joseph, do you have a speaker in your background?
Yes, echoing.
Can you turn the audio off on your computer or whatever device you have?
Okay, let me just look for it. I think that's it. Hello?
Yes. Okay, perfect.
Sorry, well, Zoom kicked him out of the hearing again. We're connecting with him again.
Joseph, when are we calling you from a different phone number? I'm going to be calling you from a different phone number.
So we're going to take a brief recess while we assist our neighbors with their technical difficulties. So it's about a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Mr. Massaro?
Yes, hi.
Hello again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Massaro. Can you state your name for the record and please raise your right hand?
Joseph Massaro.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm to speak at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Will.
Lowen, this is for 108 South Gordon Road, right?
Yes.
Okay. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 19100292 for the property located at 108 South Gordon Road. This case was first heard February 20th, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by April 23rd, 2020. Case fines were suspended from April 24th, 2020 to September 4th, 2020 due to COVID-19 worldwide pandemic relief. This case was last heard October 28, 2020. The magistrate granted an extension and the property owner was ordered to correct the violation at this property by January 27, 2021. The violation at this property remains. However, seawall permit BLD BDSP 2005-0025 remains in issued status and has not yet received a final inspection. The city has no objection to the request for an extension.
Okay, Mr. Massaro?
Yes.
This is Magistrate Flynn. How much time do you need?
Well, what happened was I have a new contractor and I put in the paperwork like 2.5 months ago. And as of last week, they said it was online to be picked up. So whatever amount of time it takes, they're ready. They were just waiting for the building permit or the change of contractor.
Okay, so what time are you, how much time are you requesting?
I guess they would need, I don't know how many weeks or months they need to do the seawall, but they're ready. They're just waiting on the city to issue the permit as far as I know.
Okay.
Well, the permit's been issued. So we're just waiting on the contractor, I guess, to start the job?
He's ready to start the job, but as of 2 weeks ago, he said he never had the permit yet. It was online, but it wasn't like available for pickup.
Okay. It just seems odd to me because I feel like the permit has been issued for a while now. Would it be a problem if you could you have the contractor call me?
Sure, I thought they did because I've been after them since, like I said, 2 months now to pick up the permit, and they said it was still with the city.
Okay, or maybe I can check the permit and call them because I feel like they should have started this work. But
I would love for you to call them because I feel like maybe I'm getting a runaround then. And like I said, my first contractor, he took off with $30,000 of mine, and I didn't get anything done.
Okay, Your Honor. How about a 119-day extension?
Okay.
Seems fair.
That seems fair. All right, Mr. Massaro, I'm going to grant your extension for 119 days, and hopefully you'll have better luck with this contractor.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, sir.
Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 22. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 20090070. Case address 2506 Castilla Isle. Owner Scott Allard. Property posted 11121. Closed at City Hall 12621.
Good morning, Scott. Can you hear me?
Good Good morning, Scott Allard. If you could please unmute your microphone and start your video. Once again, Scott Allard, if you could please start your video and unmute your microphone.
$2,009,0070. I don't know.
We have an attendee with the last four digits of the phone number 7188. If you could please unmute and identify yourself. *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Scott Allard. Hello, this is Scott Allard via phone.
Okay, Scott, we're going to call your case right now.
I'm terribly sorry about that.
No worries.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your name for the record and raise your right hand?
Scott Allard.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Will.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 2009070 for the property located at 2506 Castilla Isle. This property was first inspected September 2nd, 2020, and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 18-4C, derelict vehicle on private property. This code section was withdrawn and transferred to case CE 201204445, where the vehicle was removed from the property. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. And 9-308B, the roof on this property is dirty, stained, and not maintained. City is requesting 35 days to correct the remaining violations or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Mr. Allard?
The violations have been addressed. The house has been power washed, the roof and the sides, and all exterior walls have been painted. I thought that the building inspector assigned to this was Gail Williams. That's what the city call center told me. So I have been trying to reach her to request a reinspection and it sounds like she's the wrong person for me to be chasing.
Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grant the 35 days, and during that time, the inspector will come out, and if everything's in order, then he can comply the case.
And does that require a reappearance after that point?
No.
No, not if it's in compliance.
I'd like, while I'm on the phone, to address a concern about the vehicle. You know, I've been listening all morning, and it seems like a lot of folks have been asking the town to remove vehicles. And here's a case where the car was removed without anyone ever contacting me because it had 2 flat tires. Now, I haven't been in Florida since the beginning of the pandemic. So understandably, Fort Lauderdale has had a hard time reaching me, but the towing company reached me very easily after they impounded the car. So I'm a little confused and concerned about how the car was removed from the property.
Mr. Aller, I'm sorry, but that issue is not before me right now. Maybe you can contact the inspector when we get off, when the hearings are over today, and ask him questions.
Okay, and that would be Mr. Snyder?
Yes, and if you could just, because I have a few more cases to present today, maybe later this afternoon or early tomorrow morning. If you have a pen, I can give you my number, my telephone number right now.
I do. I'm ready for it.
It's 954 325 6066.
6066. Thank
Yeah,
you, Mr. Snyder.
my city
Thank you,
line.
Magistrate.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Again, are all remaining respondents here for the lien reduction program? If you are not here for lien reduction, please use the raise hand function.
Okay.
Mr. Fish, you are here for lien reduction. There's no need to use the raise hand function. We're looking for those who are not here for lien reduction. Okay, so now we're getting ready to hear the cases with no respondents. Our first case is on page 2. Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Case number CE 20110462. Case address 6811 Northwest 32nd Avenue. Owner Valentina and Valerie Lappy. Property posted 1/20/21, posted at City Hall 12621.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case number CE 20110462. Property address 6811 Northwest 32nd Ave. This property was inspected on November 14, 2020, and the following violations were observed. Violation 1, 9-3138 is complied. Violation 2, 24-7B is complied. Violation 3, 9-304B is complied. Violation 4, 9-280B is complied. Violation 5, 18-12A is complied. Violation 6, 18-1 is complied. And violation 7, 18-4C is complied. The last 2 violation, which is violation 8, 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of exterior that have stains and or faded paints. And 9-305A, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground covers. Due to non-compliance on December 19, 2020, the notice of hearing was imposed on the property on January 20, 2021. A pre-hearing inspection on February 7, 2021 shows the violation remains as depicted on the pictures. I spoke to the property owner, Valerie, on Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021. Due to personal reasons, she would not be attending the hearing. She is requesting more time for compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation be imposed thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 3. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, case number CE 20090945, case address 827 Southwest 28th Street, owner Andres Vivas, property posted 11921, posted at City Hall 12621.
Good afternoon, Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case for Senior Inspector Quintero. This case was originally inspected on September 23rd, 2020, during a proactive inspection. The property was found in violation. According to the property appraiser's records, the property has not changed ownership since December 23rd, 2004. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on Wednesday of last week, and the property remains in violation. Violations that have come into compliance are 18-12A and 9-30B. Violations remain are as follow. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls are not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. The exterior building walls are discolored and stained. The city is recommending 34 days to come into compliance, or a $25 a day per violation fine will be assessed.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 5. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 20030523, case address 2880 Southwest 1st Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Meridian Partners 2 LLC. Property posted 12521 and posted at City Hall 12621.
Hello again, Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 20030523, case address 2880 Southwest 1st Street. This property was first inspected on March 12th, 2020, and the following violations were observed. 9305B, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance, and there are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale area. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair. It's not being maintained as required. There's a part of the chain link fence is hanging down and not supported properly. 9304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass or lawn area. 47-34.1.A.1, there is inside furniture and other miscellaneous items being stored outside of this property. And this is an illegal land use for a property zone RMM-25 per the ULDR table, code section 47-5.19. 47-21.16.A, there's a dead tree stump at this property. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 8th, 2021, and it shows that the violations remain as depicted on the photos. And the city is requesting 14 days to comply, or a fine of $50 a day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 6. Inspector Lois Tarosky, case number CE 20120346, case address 1325 North Dixie Highway. Owner Alabaster Real Estate Holdings, LLC, in care of Constantine A. Foca. Property posted 12521, posted at City Hall 12621.
Good afternoon, Lois Tarosky for the city. This is case number CE 20120346, address 1325 North Dixie Highway. This property was first inspected on 12/10/2020, and the following violation was discovered. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. A pre-hearing inspection took place on February 4th, 2021, and the violation remains. The city is requesting the violations be brought into compliance within 10 days or a fine of $50 per day per violation be imposed thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 6 is Inspector Louis Tarosky, case number CE 20120595, case address 1646 Northeast 12th Terrace, owner CEO Holdings LLC, property posted 11321, posted at City Hall 12621.
Lois Tarowski for the city. This is case number CE 20120595, address 1646 Northeast 12th Terrace. This property was first inspected on December 17th, 2020. The following violations were discovered. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and or debris on this property and swale. A pre-hearing inspection took place on February 4th, 2021, and the violation remains. The city requests the violations be brought into compliance within 10 days or a fine of $100 per day be imposed thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 7, Inspector Louis Tarosky, case number CE 20120788, case address 1608 Northwest 5th Avenue, owner James Faraz and Patrick Stefanoff, property posted 12621, posted at City Hall 12621.
Lois Tarowski for the city. This is case number CE 20120788, address 1608 Northwest 5th Avenue. This property was first inspected on December 22nd, 2020. The following violations were discovered. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. 18-1, there is an excessive accumulation of items stored in the front yard of this property consisting of, but not limited to, a hot tub, household items covered with tarps, and a trailer. 9-280D, the front window at this property is cracked and is in need of repair. A pre-hearing inspection took place on February 4th, 2021, and the violations remain. The city requests the violations be brought into compliance within 10 days or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you. Our next case on page 7, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 20020336, case address 2640 Northwest 21st Street, owner Doran Geffen, property posted 11221, posted at City Hall 12621.
Your Honor. Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 20020336, property address 2640 Northwest 21st Street. The property was inspected on February 10th of 2020 and the following violation was observed. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls in the rear of the house and around the door frames need to be painted, as well as the side of the house that connects the adjacent property has not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, also need to be painted. 18-12A has complied. An inspection report was posted to the property on February 10th, 2020. I re-inspected the property on 3/10/2020. A notice of hearing was posted January 12th, 2020. As of pre-hearing inspection on February 7th, 2021, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 34 days or $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 8, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2010096, case address 2791 Northwest 23rd Street, owner 2791 23 Land Trust, Riprock Homes Inc. trustee, property posted 11221, posted at City Hall 12621.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 2010096, property address 2791 Northwest 23rd Street. The property was inspected on October 4th, 2020, and the following violation was observed. Violation 18-12A has complied. Violation BCZ-39-79E, subsection E. The landscaping has not been maintained. There are areas of missing and bare lawn cover. The vegetation surrounding the property needs to be cut and maintained. Violation number BCZ-39-133, subsection E, subsection 3. The chain link fence of the property is in disrepair and is falling over. An inspection report was posted to the property on October 4th, 2020. I re-inspected the property on December 21st, 2020. A notice of hearing was posted on the property January 12th of 2021. As of a pre-hearing inspection on February 7th, 2021, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 60 days or $25 a day thereafter for each violation. That's it. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 11. Captain Robert Kursarwich. Case number FC 200500001, case address 619 Southwest 13th Avenue. Owner Darren M. and Marbella Tillman. Property posted 1/5/21. Posted at City Hall 12621.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kursarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case number FC 200500001. Property address 619 Southwest 13th Avenue. Property is cited in reference to NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced and tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. We're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 12, Captain Robert Kursarwich, case number FC 200600006. Case address 1208 Northwest 3rd Street, owner Fadai Investment Corp. Property posted 1/20/21, posted at City Hall 126/21.
Captain Robert Kursarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 200600006. Property address 1208 Northwest 3 Street. Property is cited in reference to NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. I did have a phone call this morning from the property owner. They stated that the violation has been corrected. We're still requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 12, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 200600671, case address 1133 Northwest 2nd Street, owner CDH Management LLC. Certified mail was given to this property on 1/22/21 and posted at City Hall on 126/21.
Good morning. Can you please repeat the case number for me? I'm sorry.
CE 200600671.
Thank you. Your Honor, this case has been complied.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 14, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 200300659. Case address 2512 Will Harbor Lane. Owner John Lassiter. Property posted 1/19/21. Posted at City Hall 126/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division presenting case CE 2003-0659, reference the property 2512 Well Harbor Lane. The subject property was originally cited on March 17, 2020 for the following violations. 18-4C, which has been complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Section 9-278E has been complied. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the case was placed on hold until September 16, 2020, when a reinspection at the property took place. While at the property, contact was made with the property owner in which he was advised of the violations that were discovered at the property. The property owner requested an extension of 4 weeks for compliance, and at that time, it was granted. On November 10th, 2020, a reinspection by Officer Miller was performed, which determined that the property remained in violation. Officer Miller made contact with Ms. Alexandra, whom is the listing agent of the property, on December 22nd, 2020, and advised that the exterior paint conditions of the property remain in violation. Ms. Alexandra stated that she would reach out to the owners of the property for compliance and advice for a reinspection. The property was posted a notice of hearing on January 19th, 2021. An email was received from the property owner, Mr. John, on February 7th, 2021, stating that he is stuck out of the country. An attempt to contact Mr. John was made via phone call, but the call led to an unknown mailbox. At this time, the property remains in violations as the photos depict, and the city is requesting 21 days to comply or $100 fine per day to accrue for each violation.
So ordered.
On page 16, case number CE 200-60752 has been rescheduled. Our next case is on page 17. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 200-50729. Case address 623 Northwest 13th Terrace, owner Adaway LLC. Property posted 11321, posted at City Hall 12621.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division presenting case CE 2005-0729, reference to property 623 Northwest 13th Terrace. The subject property was originally cited May 28th of 2020 by Officer Roberta Jones for the following violations. 24-27B has been withdrawn. 18-12A has been complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles and trailers parked on the grass and lawn area. 9-308A has been complied. 9-308B has been complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains. 18-4C, there's a derelict vehicle or trailer on the swell or on the property. On December 21st, 2020, a reinspection was done by Senior Officer Quintero. As per his findings, the property remained in violation and submitted a request for magistrate hearing. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on January 13th, 2021, and on February 8th, 2021, a reinspection was done on the property and found that the property remains in violation as the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 34 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day for each violation.
So ordered.
Your Honor, I just wanted to confirm you're able to see the pictures?
I did not see pictures on that one.
Because I think even without a respondent, we still need to make sure that at least Your Honor sees the pictures, since the officer's testimony is based upon those pictures. Even if we're having technical difficulties putting them up on the screen, it would be my suggestion that you should at least be able to view those before you rule.
Okay. Okay. So ordered 34 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE-200111453. Case address 700 Isle of Palms Drive, owner CM Land Development Corp. Property posted 11121, posted at City Hall 12621.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE-200111453 for the property located 700 Isle of Palms Drive. This property was first inspected by Code Officer Jim Fetter on January 29, 2020, and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This section was brought into compliance February 28, 2020. And 9-308B, the roof is stained or discolored. The city is requesting 35 days to correct or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 20. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 200711241. Case address 2624 North Ocean Boulevard. Owner Thi Dang Nguyen. Property posted 11321, posted at City Hall 12621.
Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20071241 for the property located at 2624 North Ocean Boulevard. Property was first inspected July 29, 2020, and given 30 days to correct for the following violation. 47-21.11.c. The landscape site triangle area is not being maintained as provided for in section 47-2.2. The city is requesting 35 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
On page 21, case number CE 200900062 has been rescheduled. Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 20091015, case address 3000 Granada Street. Owner CCR Realty Investments Inc. Property posted 11121, posted at City Hall 12621.
Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20091015 for the property located at 3000 Granada Street. Property was first inspected September 29, 2020, and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 9-276C3, there are rodents, vermin, or other pests at this location. This section was brought into compliance October 27, 2020. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, debris on the property. This section was brought into compliance December 8, 2020. 9-278G, the screens for windows are not maintained and or missing at the property. This section was brought into compliance December 8, 2020. 9-280G, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed on the outside non-covered electrical meter box. This section was brought into compliance January 11, 2021. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soffits, balconies, and stairwells are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing or peeling paint. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to windows, floors, ceilings, and doors. City is requesting 35 days to correct the remaining 2 violations or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 20120725, case address 1565 Northwest 5th Street. Owner Anna Hayes Realty Trust, Tamar Group LLC trustee. Property posted 11321, posted at City Hall 12621.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20120725 for the property located at 1565 Northwest 5th Street. The property was first inspected December 21st, 2020, and given 10 days to correct for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property or swale. This is a recurring violation. The previous case is CE 19020257. This case shall be scheduled for a special magistrate hearing to obtain a finding of fact. This section was brought into compliance December 28, 2020. 9-306, there are waste containers left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back to an approved location. This is a recurring violation. Previous case is CE 19020257. Case shall be scheduled for a magistrate hearing to obtain a finding of fact. This section was also brought into compliance on December 28, 2020. The city is requesting finding of fact that these violations did exist and are recurring violations.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On page 27, for case number CE 16021366, case address 1541 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner USSA Aurelio Saul. The city is requesting to waive the administrative cost of $200 and only impose the fines of $242.60.
So ordered.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 28, Our next case is on page 28. Case number CE 200711072, case address 2323 Southwest 19th Avenue. Owner Palms at River Oaks LLC, case first heard 10/14/2020 to comply by 10/24/2020. One section not complied at $50 per day. $5,350 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 29, case number CE 200713666, case address 2656 Middle River Drive, owner Robert D. Albanese, case first heard 11/19/20 to comply by 12/3/20. One section not complied at $50 per day. $3,350 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 29, case number CE 200300391, case address 2830 Northwest 24th Court, owner Clifton Dawkins, case first heard 10/14/20 to comply by 11/18/20. One section not complied at $25 per day. $2,050 accrued. This is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 30, case number ENF-code-191000361, case address 2610 Northwest 20th Court, owner Dorothy B. Corbett Estate. Case first heard 2/6/2020 to comply by 3/12/2020, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. Three sections not complied at $25 per day. $12,075 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Sorry, Katrina. Dorian wanted to read in the case. This is case CE 19050825.
Have I passed it?
I'm just verifying that.
What's the page number?
36.
This is page number 36.
We're on page 31.
Oh, okay, we're not there yet. Okay, we'll wait.
Our next case is on page 31, case number CE 191000280, case address 1521 Northeast 5th Terrace, owner J. Stiskin Revocable Trust, case first heard 3/5/20 to comply by 4/9/20, suspended 4/10/20 to 9/4/20. One section not complied at $25 per day, $3,950 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 35. Case number CE 190200058, case address 450 West Evanston Circle, owner James E. Smith Estate. Case first heard 10/28/20 to comply by 11/7/20 and 11/25/20. Three sections not complied at $25 per day. $6,525 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 36, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 190500825, case address 582 West Campus Circle, owner Arlene Calloway. Case first heard 2/20/2020 to comply by 4/2/2020, suspended 4/3/2020 to 9/4/2020. Two sections not complied at $25 per day, $7,900 accrued.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Cologne, City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 19050825, case address 582 West Campus Circle. This case was brought before the Special Magistrate on February 20th, 2020, where evidence was presented and the Special Magistrate found for the city. I conducted a pre-hearing inspection on February 8th, 2021, and the following, the remaining violations are now in compliance as of that date, as depicted on the photos. And there was a total of 15 inspections made to this property, and the city is requesting administrative costs be assessed for a total amount of $856.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 36, case number CE 201000643, case address 2880 Southwest 1st Street, owner Meridian Partners 2 LLC. This property was cited on 10/5/2020 to comply by 10/15/2020. One section complied at $250 per day. $11,250 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount be imposed.
So ordered.
Good morning, Katrina and Your Honor. Going back to Inspector Snyder's case, CE 2012075, 1565.
Can you give us the page number, please?
Page number 24. CE 2012075, 1565 Northwest 5th Street. The case, the second violation was read in as 9-306. However, the case should have been, the violation code should have been read in at 24-27.b for the waste containers being left roadside after collection day and not being pulled back to an approved location. He just read it in incorrectly. He read it in as 9-306 and it should have been read in as 24-27.b.
Thank you for correcting the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 37, case number CE 1909068, case address 1153 Arizona Avenue. Owner CJ and KK Industries, Inc. Case first heard 9/9/2020 to comply by 11/11/2020. One section not complied at $50 per day, $4,450 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 41, the city is requesting to vacate the final order of 9/19/2019 for case number CE 1907064, case address 5211 Northeast 17th Avenue. Owner Cal Hansen and Joel Kuhn.
So ordered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 44 and 45 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of compliant, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate virtual hearing agenda of February 9th, 2021.
Pardon me? I'm good, but if you need a break, take one. Do you have an agenda for? I don't.
Right. Heidi, I see your hand is raised. How can we assist you?
Yes, I registered to speak today for a lien mitigation case that was not called.
We have not started lien reduction hearings as of yet.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Our lien reduction hearing will begin in approximately 3 minutes. Good afternoon. We will now begin at the Special Magistrate lien reduction virtual hearing agenda for February 9th, 2021. Our first case is on page 1. Case number CE 140800903. Case address 320 Delaware Avenue. Owner 320 Delaware Avenue, Inc. This property has a total lien amount of $196,575 and a total administrative cost of $1,948.20. The city is requesting a reduction to $9,828.75.
Yes.
So we'll recall that case in a moment. Our next case is on page 5. For the property located at 601 South Andrews Avenue, for case number CE 190800422, owner Public Supermarkets Inc. in care of Expense Payables Lease Team, with a total lien amount of $25,800 and a total city direct cost of $618.10. The city is requesting a reduction to $5,160.
Hi, this is Heidi Davis from the law firm of Gunster. On behalf of Public Supermarkets, may I speak?
Just 1 second, please, Heidi. Can you please start your camera? And Mallory, can you please unmute your microphone?
Hello.
Can you please both raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Davis, what do you want to tell me about this property? And what are the circumstances that you'd like a reduction?
So I did put on a PowerPoint really quickly so you can see the property and the circumstances. May I share my screen?
Yes.
And then this is basically from the data that we submitted, so it's not any new information. I just wanted to let you know that.
I have reviewed the data that was submitted in the file.
Great, great. So I'm going to share my screen real quick so I can just discuss a little about the property. We all here? Okay, so good afternoon, Your Honor and staff. Thank you for allowing us to present today. Again, this is for Public Supermarkets, Inc. at 601 South Andrews Avenue. I am in the way here. I'm sorry, moving down for my things. So the property is located at the southwest corner of South Andrews Avenue and Southwest 6th Street. It's kind of an irregular shaped parcel, and this little southern strip is one of the reasons why we're here today. It's highlighted in yellow. It's a 15-foot strip of land, which, as you can see from this is the property appraiser's website. for all intents and purposes, anybody looking at the property, this is within the property boundaries. So you could see why there was some confusion about when the contractors that were doing some improvement on the public's property went ahead and put some equipment back in this yellow 15-foot strip here. This little easement, it's a road easement that was dedicated or deeded back in 2003, was not known by the public's staff or the contractors that were doing the work, and they went ahead and placed the equipment thinking it was Publix's property. So this is just a little area where you can see how there's a hedge that goes along the south border of the property. There's a generator and also equipment that's there just for the HVAC system for the Publix. And there's a little tiny little alleyway right here that was where the equipment was stored. So you can see on this picture, there's equipment there doing some maintenance work, which in the easement deed allows people to go ahead and maintain certain equipment that's in this easement. So the contractors that were doing the work, they went ahead and pulled in the equipment into this little area. Obviously, it looks like an area where you could store equipment to do construction. Here is another angle here. It actually does not go all the way through to Andrews. It dead ends and then turns south along a little alleyway here. There's another picture here showing here. And this is from the deed. So it's this little strip right here that connects to an alleyway that goes south. So and this is the alleyway that comes south to 7th. So this is just kind of a little background here. So I'm going to stop sharing here and we'll talk about a little bit more why we think there's some mitigating circumstances here. So back in the summer of 2019, the contractors were doing the work. The city inspector came out and issued a violation to the contractor. The violation states that you either remove the equipment and the containers that were stored back there, or you can obtain the proper MOT or revocable license in order to allow the equipment to stay. So the contractor took it on his responsibility, didn't provide any information to Publix, but said, I'm going to get the MOT or the revocable license from the city. And he worked to try and get that license. So unbeknownst to him, the inspector said, you have to remove everything within 4 days. But he didn't realize that if he was going to process the MOT or the revocable license, that was the alternative. So he didn't realize that it was going to be issued a final order and the fines would start accruing. So I guess a notice was mailed to the Publix PO box in September, which was after the 4 days. So Publix got to it went to a PO box in a general circulation mailbox. It didn't arrive until September 24th. So it was way beyond the 4 days that went through. So Publix didn't know about it. The fines started accruing. As soon as Publix knew about it, which wasn't until January, they corrected the violation and then was issued an email saying that they were all in compliance. Everything was done. Unbeknownst to Publix, there was also another case that was running that was open and not noticed properly. So there were two cases, a lot of confusion. Nobody really knew which case was open or complied. Publix, like I said, as soon as they knew about the violation, they corrected it. They removed the equipment. They haven't had a problem since. Then they issued, like I said, they came into compliance, but then on February 10th, I believe, there was a notice that was posted to the door of Publix saying that they weren't in compliance and that this started the lien hearing here. So we're kind of confused as to why they said we were in compliance and then issued a letter on February 10th saying that we weren't in compliance and that the fines were still accruing. So there's been a lot of miscommunication here, a lot of issues with that south parcel not knowing, only 4 days to cure a violation when they gave an alternative to get the revocable license, the confusion with the 2 open cases, one was finally closed and now this one. And then just really Publix, as soon as they knew about the violation, as soon as they understood what was going on, they got the equipment and the containers off the property and complied it within 10 days. So we just wanted to explain the situation. Sometimes the PO box, which I believe is in the city's website, I mean on the property appraiser, goes to a PO box in Lakeland. And if you're sending it through US mail like they do in certified mail, it actually took 18 days to even get to a mailbox. So we're just kind of trying to tell you that Publix has a great reputation about keeping their facilities and stores in compliance. Anytime they get any type of a violation, they correct it right away if they know about it. So I don't know, Mallory, if you wanted to say anything different or anything that you wanted to add to here, but we're just asking for a full reduction of the $25,000. We've been willing to pay the administrative fees. Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
No, I'm just to piggyback on what Heidi said. Yes, as soon as we found out about the violation, we immediately worked to correct it within about 10 days and tried to, work with the code enforcement officer to let them know as soon as it was resolved.
Okay. Unfortunately, if that's the address you leave on the property records, that's going to continue to happen, and that's your responsibility. If you don't have a system in place in order to catch these, then that's going to continue to happen. So, and it was out of compliance for 172 days. I'm going to reduce the fine to $3,800.
How many days?
And 60 days to pay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 1. Case number CE140800903, case address 320 Delaware Avenue, owner 320 Delaware Avenue, Inc. This property has a total This property has a total lien value of $196,575 and city direct cost of $1,948.20. The city is requesting a reduction to $9,828.75.
Hello, Lloyd Falk on behalf of 320 Delaware, Inc. We have made an offer.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I am the owner of 320 Delaware, Inc. and a local attorney. We would ask, we've made an offer to the city of $3,000. What happened? This project took an excess amount of time due to the fact that I had a bookkeeper / assistant that stole basically my life savings of $400,000. I believe you've got that article. It was on page 1 of the Metro. And since that, what I did when I found out about this is I hired architects, engineers to basically rehab this whole structure, and it has been rehabbed since June. The delay did not put anybody in danger. It was all just interior work that had to be done, but I didn't have the funds to continue on due to the theft. And
okay, is there currently a contract?
Excuse me?
Is there currently a contract to sell the property?
there was, but since it's taken so long to get a hearing, that has expired and those buyers are no longer interested.
Okay.
What happened, and that's why I'm asking for the amount of $3,000 to be levied, is the city required a totally new lawn, of which I complied with, but they did not maintain the storm drains. So about 2 months ago, when we had the heavy rains, my brand new lawn floated away, and I had to spend another $2,000 putting a second lawn in. So that's why I'm asking for the $3,000 figure and not reduction.
Okay. All right, I'll grant that's $3,000 and 60 days to pay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 3. Case number CE 08100091. I'm sorry, I'm so confused. Yeah, for 414 Southeast 12th Court, owners Jonathan Olson and Sean Frampton. This property has a total lien value of $41,540 and a total city direct cost of $2,140.74. The city is requesting a reduction to $5,000.
Good afternoon, Jonathan and Sean.
Hello.
Can you please both raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, what do you want to tell me? Do you have mitigating circumstances that I should reduce the fine?
Yes. We struggled through the financial crisis in 2008-9 with an old property. It's now 92 years old. We came into compliance in January 2013. And then I guess there was another hearing, February 2013, which we were not present to contest the amount of the fine. And only when a title search was done in order to sell the property did we discover that there was an actual lien on the property. So
was the property sold, or is it getting ready to be sold?
We have a contract for sale.
Okay. And who's to pay this fine?
We, as the sellers, are paying the fine.
Okay. And what's the contract price for?
$325.
Okay. And do you have any mortgages on the property?
There was a mortgage for $200,000, but yes, there is a mortgage on the property. I think it's in the 100,000 range.
Okay. So you have a profit of $225,000 from this sale?
Well, it's not quite that. We certainly have expenses.
Okay. The property was out of compliance for 131 days. And what are the mitigating circumstances that I should reduce the fine other than what the city's asking me for, which is a reduction from $41,540 to $5,000, which is pretty reasonable.
There were many different issues over the time. It was an older house that we bought at the peak of the market in 2006. We got all the issues resolved, but it took a while. The structure is not the walls of the building are not thick enough to the current codes to put air conditioning in the wall. There were just a lot of challenges. We hired a contractor, we hired Boys Gas, and we hired an electrician to represent us and help us with these things. And we just struggled along. Sean Frampton was at the special master's hearing. We got continuances, and we thought we had worked through, and we thought we completed everything.
Okay. You know, if we had known we had this violation, we would have resolved it years ago. We just didn't know it was out there.
Okay. All right. Well, considering the city's costs are $2,140, I think that their willingness to accept $5,000 from a $41,000 lien is quite reasonable. And so I'm going to order that, and 60 days to pay.
Okay, there is no chance to reduce to the administrative fees?
No. When is the closing? Is 60 days sufficient, or do you need more time to pay?
Yes. The closing was January 1st, but it's been postponed to February 12th.
Okay, all right, so 60 days should be plenty of time.
So we'd be happy to pay it today.
Okay, well, you can make arrangements to pay it once you get the order.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 5. For the property located at 730 Northwest 17th Avenue. For case number CE 19020126, with a total lien value of $133,450 and a total city direct cost of $1,533.28. The city is requesting a reduction to $6,627.50.
Good morning. I'm sorry, good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Can you hear me? Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, what do you want to tell me in mitigation of this fine of $133,450?
Basically, I purchased it with the lien, and I moved to mitigate the factors immediately within days after purchase. It took a little bit while for the city to, they wanted it above and beyond average. But let's say that the inspector, her name was Roberta Jones. She came to the property about a month following my purchase. And she said she could stop the liens from running. Later on, okay, Katrina and the other people, the supervisor, they wanted me to do some additional stuff to repair the driveway even further, which I did. And here we are today. But the property was no longer an eyesore, it was certainly above average within a month for me purchasing it. That's basically all I have to say.
Okay, is that all?
Yes. I would appreciate whatever you can do for me.
Okay. The city's request is I had one figure on my notes, and one is $6,627.50. All right, under the circumstances, I'm going to grant city's request. Thank you.
60 days?
And 60 days, correct?
60 days to pay.
Did you hear what she said?
I heard it, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 7. For the property located at 1725 Northwest 10th Avenue. For case number CE 18082141, case address 1725 Northwest 10th Avenue, with a total lien amount of $73,900 and city direct cost of $1,412.74. The city is requesting a reduction of $3,695.
Good afternoon, Heidi. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Tell me what you want to tell me in mitigation of the fine, which is at $73,900.
I took over compliance for the company last February, and in the process of reviewing what was going on in all of our markets, we're a single family for rent company. We own over 2,000 homes, 50 in the Fort Lauderdale area. I realized that our local property manager was deceiving us and telling us that he was taking care of all the violations that we have. We have about 18 properties with very significant fines on them. So we immediately let the manager go and started working through all of the violations to cure all of the properties. This is the only market we have problems in, and we are desperately cleaning everything up as quickly as we can. I think that all of the code enforcement officers in Fort Lauderdale and the other markets will attest to the fact that we are on top of everything we know about.
Okay. Well, considering how high the lien amount is and that the city's cost is $1,412.74, I think their request for a reduction to $3,695 is reasonable. So I'm going to grant that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
All righty.
Can you give me the amount again? 3,000?
$3,695 and 60 days to pay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 8 for the property located at 1851 Northeast 46th Street. Case number CE 19070689 with a total lien value of $69,000 and a total city direct cost of $670.95. The city is requesting a reduction to $6,900.
Do I have a respondent?
Hello. Good afternoon. Please start your video. Thank you. And unmute your microphone, please. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I swear yes.
Thank you.
Okay, what do you want to tell me with regard to mitigation of this $69,000 lien?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor, for hearing my case today. When I became aware of this issue, it was in September of 2019. It was in relation to the lawn in front of the house. I had not been aware of that before September. I immediately hired a lawn company to come and help me with this issue. And I did comply prior to the January 16th, 2020 date, but I couldn't reach the inspector. I think I was calling the wrong person. And I was unable to make it to I wasn't sure that I had to make it to the case, to a hearing today like this. So I did not. And when I finally got the letter for the fine, that's when I started working with the lien reduction department, but I had already complied before the January 2020. I just failed to make it to the magistrate meeting at that time because I was not sure I had to go. And when I called the city, it was not clear either.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could, I'm going to guess for the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. My guess for the reason for the city's request of 10%. If Your Honor notes in both two of the three components of this violation, they had been repeat violations on multiple occasions for both of them.
Yes.
I only became aware of it in September when I received the first that notice, and that notice already was stating that I was going to be getting daily fines. I didn't have anything before that, and when I got this one, I got someone within the first 60 days to fix it. So by the January date, I already had it fixed. I just couldn't reach the inspector. That was the issue, so they could re-inspect.
Okay. All right, I think 10% is fair under these circumstances and based on the repeat violation and the costs, et cetera. And we'll give you 60 days to pay.
What is the amount, Your Honor?
$6,900.
Is there a way to decrease it at least to a 3,000 or something, Your Honor? I'm having a lot of trouble right now with all these coronavirus issues and tenants not paying rent.
Well, you should have led with that are you the sole owner of this company?
I am.
Okay. And how many properties do you own?
With this one, it's about, in this company, I have 4. But yeah, I have some other tenants. I have some tenants now that are not paying rent, and I can't afford $6,900.
All right, I will reduce it to $4,800 and 60 days to pay.
Okay, I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 9. For the property located at 3490 Southwest 19th Street. Case number CE 19010202 with a total lien amount of $24,550 and a total city direct cost of $1,027.28. The city is requesting a reduction to $2,455.
Hello, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Sandra. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, what would you like to tell me in mitigation of this?
I purchased the house in foreclosure on January the last year. At the end of the month, I received my certificate of title. There was a person living in the house, and it took like 1 month for her to leave. After that, I started to working to remove the fence and the garbage that was outside. I had 2 fines. One was for garbage, other was for the fence. I went to the city and pay for the lien that I had for the garbage. Then I started working on the house around. It was a little bit of difficult at the beginning because we were starting the pandemic. And as soon as I finished with the fence, I went to the city to have the lien reduction. Then they told me I had to fix the lawn. I hired a landscaping company. They had to fix the sprinkles all around, and they did the lawn. After that, I went back to the city, and they told me that I need to do pressure cleaning on the sidewalk, which I did it. I had my hearing the last year on November, but the time that I had was incorrect. I had it for 8:30 p.m. and I lost that opportunity. Then I was scheduled for December, January, and now today. I paid like around $16,000 on all the repairs that I had to do on the fence. And additionally, I had lien with the water and wastewater services for $13,000 that I am paying monthly. The people that was living there never paid for that service. So I appreciate whatever you can do for me.
When did you actually take possession of the property?
About February, it was like February 15th, February 20, something like that.
Well, the property was out of compliance for 491 days, and it was finally complied in August.
Yes, but at the beginning we couldn't, I removed the fence that was laying on the floor, on the ground. And after that, I just started working around the house. I didn't have enough money to pay for everything and to do the fence. But because we wanted to put a fence around, and the people that was about to work, they were complaining because of the pandemic. They didn't want to do the job. As soon as I have them doing everything, that I were able to go back to the city. It was for economical reasons, financial reasons. And the people was not ready to work.
All right, so the city is asking $2,455, which is only 10% of the lien amount. This was just a fence that you could have removed, and
no, I removed it right away. No, the fence I removed it right away, but we wanted to reinstall a new fence. No, the fence was removed from the ground right away because I don't like the property to look like that. Besides, we couldn't even walk around. No, we removed it right away and all the garbage. It was done as soon as I got the property. The thing was that we wanted to install the new fence, so I went for the permit to the city. As soon as I installed the new fence, the city told me that I had to do the lawn, and after the sidewalk cleaning.
Fence, ma'am. We're only here on the fence.
Yes, but no, it was right away. As soon as I got the property, it was clean. Maybe I didn't go to the city right away because we wanted to do the fence and I wanted to pull the permit. But no, it was clean as soon as I got the house.
Okay.
And I think by the way I went to the city to have my lien reduction for the other fine that I had, I spoke with the inspector at the time. He was leaving my case, but at the time it was already fixed. And I think the pandemic at the time hadn't even started because I had the hearing with the city.
All right, I'm going to reduce the fine to $1,500 payable in 60 days.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 1. For the property located at 401 Northwest 7th Street, owner Thrive Development Group, LLC. Case number CE08020628. This property has a total lien value of $9,450 and city direct cost of $699.46. And the city is requesting $1,417.
Good afternoon, Jonathan. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Okay, the total lien amount is $9,450, and the city's willing to accept $1,417. Almost $700 of that is their hard costs. So, what do you want to tell me about?
I have actually 2 more, but just specifically with this, so we bought this property a few years ago, and we've been going through a lot with first with the CRA, then with rezoning, site plan approvals, and we're really planning on fixing up this entire block. So, right now it's just going through the entitlements and everything. It's just taking a really long time. So anything that if you could reduce, it would be helpful. We've been putting a lot of money into these properties.
I understand and appreciate that. This was only out of compliance for 27 days, it looks like. All right, I will reduce the fine to $1,000 payable in 60 days.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Good luck to you.
Our next case is on page 3 and 4. Case address 415 Northwest 7th Street. KCE 1503123 has a total lien value of $10,800, a total direct city cost of $1,711.46, and the city is requesting a reduction to $2,160. And on page 4, for the same property, case number CE 0802061 has a total lien value of $55,350 and city direct cost of $975, and the city is requesting a reduction to $2,767.
Okay, sir, what do you want to tell me?
He needs to unmute.
This first.
Please unmute your microphone, Jonathan.
Mr. Fish?
Okay, yes. No, for some reason, I thought the address was wrong. This is for the 713, 715?
This is 715 Northwest 7th Street. There's 2 cases.
Oh, okay. No, so we have 415. It's 413-415 Northwest 7th Street.
Yeah, this is for 415.
Okay, I got it. I'm sorry about that. So it's actually the adjacent lot. So these 2 lots, the previous one we bought these 2 lots so they could actually be a parking lot for the entire both sides of the block. I guess we could call it a little business mixed-use district that we're building. So this would be the adjacent lot, and we got both of these properties with these things from the previous owner. We found out.
Okay, the first case, there's a total lien amount of $10,800. The hard costs are $1,700 and the city's willing to accept $2,160, which I think is very reasonable. And I'm going to go ahead and grant that payment within 60 days. Then the second one on page 4 is total lien amount of $55,350. Hard costs are $975,000. And the city's requesting only $2,767, which I also think is reasonable, unless you have, tell me any mitigating circumstances with regard to this property.
I mean, it's just the same thing. You know, we have 2 lots. We're waiting for entitlements. I'm sure you know because of the COVID, just the site plan approval and CDs and all these things got delayed. I would probably think by a few months, just till everyone got onto the system. So anything you could do, I would appreciate. Thank you very much.
All right, well. I'm gonna reduce the fine to $2,200, 60 days to pay.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Our next cases are on pages 6 and 7 for the property located at 1335 Southwest 26th Avenue. Case number CT 1505222. Total lien value of $48,525. Total city direct cost of $1,631. And the city is requesting a reduction to $3,000. Case number CE 151006662 with a total lien value of $19,900. A total city direct cost of $1,079.10. And the city is requesting a reduction to $2,779.10. And on page 7, case number CE 160100217 with a total lien value of $4,300. City direct cost of $653.46, and the city is requesting $953.46.
Okay, Ms.
Good
Martin, you
afternoon.
want to unmute yourself?
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? We can't hear you. 1 second.
Deborah, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you. So please check the settings on your microphone. Deborah, once again, we cannot hear you. I would advise you use the caller. Here you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Technical difficulties. I swear, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like the total liens are in excess of $72,000. You've offered $5,000, and the city is requesting $67.35, and $3,363 is hard costs out of that. So I think that's really rather reasonable.
For all three of them, the city's offering $6,735.
Yeah, that's what I get, yes.
Yes, that's extremely reasonable. If I may just address the mitigations, if that's okay for my client's purposes. My client was the private lender for this property. He's only owned it for 4 months. Since taking the deed in lieu of the final foreclosure sale, we complied with everything and immediately applied for the lien reduction next available hearing. We were just reset because of your schedule. But our intention immediately upon becoming owners was to correct it, which they were, and then to mitigate the fines. We were just, Beluga Investments was the private lender in foreclosing against the borrower that neglected the property.
Okay, so I'm going to grant $67.35 with 60 days to pay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next two cases are on page 8 and 9 for the property located at 3130 Northwest 69th Court. For case number CE16061843 with a total lien value of $8,700, city direct cost of $1,711.46, and the city is requesting a reduction to $2,000. On page 9, for case number CE16062033, this case has a total lien value of $87,450 and city direct cost of $2,255.46, and the city is requesting a reduction to $5,000.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brown. Please raise your right hand.
I just want to make sure you can see me. Can you see me?
I can hear you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth that
We can see you.
we can see you, Ms. Brown?
Oh, okay. I apologize. Yes, I do.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like the total liens are, for the two cases, are $87,450 on the one. That's just one. And the other one is $8,700. The first one that's $8,700, the hard costs are $1,711.46, and the city is only requesting $2,000, and I think that's reasonable. Do you have any objection to that?
I apologize. Is that for both cases, the $2,000?
That's the one case.
Okay.
C061843 with a
Okay, and that relate to lawn care or a violation? I'm sorry, but I was not put on notice and I didn't attend the original hearing where a lien was imposed. So I'm really unfamiliar with any of this, and I don't know what was the process or how it got to that. All I do know is that I am attempting as a single mom to make this house come into compliance, and I can't sleep, I can't eat, I can't do anything thinking about this. I've been worried, so sick. My whole entire life, and I really I don't have the money, so I will try to figure out what I can do about that. You said it's
Is this your homestead, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And you're having financial difficulties right now?
Yes, I'm a single mother of 2 children. I lost my husband during a motorcycle accident, and he came back, but he was in a coma and he doesn't remember us. So he filed for divorce after I took care of him for 3 years. And me and my kids live in this house. And apparently the previous owner put a new air conditioning unit in without a permit. And this is where the $87,000 lien came into effect. But the minute that I was put on notice, which was August 24th of 2020, August 25th, Inspector Mario came out to explain what the violations were for. On September 21st, the permit application or the permit was issued. October 9th, I passed inspection, and then I submitted my lien reduction on October 14th. So within 60 days, I borrowed money from every single person. I put about $8,000 into the property, and I did everything I possibly could cosmetically and, paperwork wise to bring the property back.
The violations, were they the fault of the prior owner?
Yes, because I didn't know that that was even a thing, because I actually had the title company do a title search. So there was no lien of record. So they didn't know. I called the city and I said, I don't understand. If I buy a house, if I have a title company run a lien search and there's no lien, I don't understand how I ended up with the lien. I guess it's my responsibility because I took
legal advice, but that's something you should talk to the title company about.
I did, and there was no lien of record because the lien, the city only came out because the neighbor to the left of me or to the west of me actually complained because the grass was ugly. There's weeds in between the grass, but I wasn't actually, the day that I closed, I wasn't living here. The people that were living here were displaced and they had let the house go really badly. It was, they purchased it for $375 and then I ended up buying it for $199, but I ended up having months and months worth of issues because I couldn't get the toilet to flush because the city of Fort Lauderdale actually understands that all of Northwest 69th is covered in potholes and it actually is affecting my plumbing. But regardless, that doesn't have anything to do with this. I'm asking for your mercy.
Okay, ma'am. I'm going to, under your circumstances now, I'm going to waive the fines.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, you still have to impose the administrative costs.
Okay.
As you know, under the code, the authority does not allow the waiver of the costs.
Okay.
And I'm more than willing to do whatever I need to do to pay that. So.
The administrative costs then are imposed. That's $17,1146 and $2,255.46. And do you need some extra time to pay this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't understand what is the total amount of, is it $1,711.46?
That's on the one case, and on the other case, it's $2,255.46.
No, I will obtain a loan to pay this.
Okay.
So 60 days, you said, correct?
60 days. I can do a little more if you need time.
No, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next two cases are on pages 9 and 10. For the property address located at 3827 Southwest 12th Court. For case number CE 181016002. This case has a total lien amount of $6,400 and city direct cost of $311.92. And the city is requesting a reduction to $1,000 on page 10. For case number CE 1908274, this case has a total lien value of $2,700 and city direct cost of $379.64. And the city is in agreement with the applicant's offer of $1,000
Okay.
for each case.
The screen is frozen. It's frozen. Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay. It looks like you and the city are in agreement for $1,000 per case. And so
Yes.
I'm going to grant that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Aaron, you raised your
Yes,
Aaron,
I
you
did,
raised your hand.
I
How
did
can we
raise my
assist?
hand. Am I still in front of the magistrate? And Rhonda? Am I still in front of the magistrate right now?
The hearing is still going on. Yes, it is.
Okay, I feel I neglected a few mitigating factors on my case. Can I still present them?
Yeah, your case has already been ruled upon, sir. And if it makes you feel any better, I did review your file, so I'm not going
Well,
to change my ruling.
I feel I paid a lot, obviously. That's a factor. That's the reason I want to,
Sir, your hearing's over. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. And that concludes the special magistrate lien reduction virtual hearing for February 9th, 2021.
Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Thank you. You too.